Count how many times the players wearing white pass the basketball.
Hey Amanda, can you hear me okay? Yeah? It's a little quiet?
How many passes did you count? The correct answer is 15 passes.
that teacher. Today is an opportunity to give life, to make that not passive but active, and we're thrilled to have you here to share your thoughts. A couple housekeeping things. The women's restroom is through that way. The men's restroom is through this way. Presenters, when you're up here, you can certainly kind of manipulate this, but we have a live stream. Hello, everyone watching on a live stream. And when you turn away to look at the screen, no one on the live stream is going to hear what you're saying. So try to just maintain your speech at the mic. Okay, without further ado, I'm happy to introduce Archer's head of school, Elizabeth English.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkinson. I'll keep it brief. Really, this is just a message of gratitude for your ideas. Ideas matter. Creative thought, as my alma mater, Skidmore College, says, creative thought matters now more than ever. Your critical thinking matters more than ever. And don't ever doubt for a moment that you have an audience. Your voices will always have an audience. And what I love about this conference is it gives you an authentic audience in your peers. So all that is to say, I cherish this event. I'm very, very grateful to Mr. Wilkinson, all of the English teachers at Archer and our participating schools and history teachers, humanities teachers who have supported these young voices and minds. Students, this is the work you will never forget. When you look back on your high school careers, you will remember what you created and the ideas you pioneered. So I thank you. Much gratitude, and please enjoy the conference. We are thrilled to host it. Thanks, everyone. Oh, most importantly, I want to introduce Maddie Bobert, one of our leaders of the Litton Conference.
Thank you, Ms. English. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this year's Literature and Conference. We are so excited to have you all here. Mr. Wogue, the leadership team, and I have been counting down the days and are thrilled to showcase the thoughtful, articulate writers we've chosen for this conference. To the leadership team, this has been one of the most formidable experiences of my time at Archer, and I am eternally grateful to have had the opportunity to read with, rate with, and occasionally disagree with. All 5 of you individually are beyond brilliant writers and thinkers. Sit back and relax today. Enjoy watching your hard work unfold. From freshman year, this conference has consistently been my most anticipatory event. It's changed me as a writer and fundamentally as a learner, all of which I owe to Mr. Wogue. I speak on behalf of the entire Archer community in saying that Mr. Wogue is the ultimate pillar in our community. His fairy tales and fantasy class is widely known as a coveted rite of passage to partake in. My writing, my future, and my person have undeniably changed for the better with his guidance the past 2 years. As for this conference as a concept, like I alluded to, is everything to me. It's my child. English has always been a constant favorite subject of mine, but the Archer Humanities Department is ultimately what nurtured and encouraged my progress and passion for the subject. To any 9th graders here for this, my attendance in 9th grade rocked my world. I was blown away by the talent of these students only a few years older than me. It was unfathomable that I would ever get to a standard of writing near theirs. I like to think I have, though Grammarly and my mother might contest that. My sophomore year, I filled out a notified absence form stating that I would be out of school for personal reasons. Debatably, I shouldn't be admitting this as I was introduced by our head of school, but it's my last semester, so whatever. I'd misled the attendance records that I wasn't on campus, when in actuality, I was burrowed in the back rows of the library, hoping to go unnoticed as I spent the entire day watching the 2023 Lit and Conference. What is so special about this conference is the relatability within it. Stereotypically speaking, there isn't much direct crossover a Loyola boy and an Archer girl would have in common, aside from the quintessential freshman year football games and disastrous first co-ed friend group exposures. Yet this conference spotlights the intersections between our school's curricula and displays how students' interpretations of literature are so intricately interwoven. This serves as a unique and rare opportunity to showcase an often underappreciated connection between students across schools. My relationship with the world of literature has drastically changed over time. For all my life, I was consistently subjected to the slow reading group. I was placed in sloth readers, then turtle readers, and snail readers. Name any categorically slow amphibian, I was probably in that equivalent classification of reading levels. I don't think I even really read a book until I was 12. But once I started reading, I couldn't stop. It consumed me completely. My title as student coordinator should serve as a preface that there's no deadline to developing new passions. You'd never know that just 2 years ago, Mr. Wogate rejected my initial request to be in the advanced study English class. Clearly, I've improved and proved myself. I'm so grateful for the Archer community and how it's harvested my confidence and above all else motivates students all across LA to use their voice regardless of taboos. This conference is proof of that. We've got politics, badasses, Catullus, word slut, queer sex, and more. Speaking of, I'll end here as I'm just as eager to get to these presentations. Once again, thank you all for coming. Enjoy the conference. For our first panel, I'd like to introduce our first moderator, Allie Yang.
Hi, everyone. I hope you all are as excited for this conference as I am. To begin, I'm going to have everyone in the Beyond Binaries panel please come up to sit. These are all works exploring gender theory and critique, and to begin our panel, I'm going to have Sienna Ferraro presenting her work, She's the Man, the performative feminism, masculinization, and white privilege of the female dystopian badass archetype. Hi, okay, oh, this is a really sensitive mic. Okay, we're gonna go like that. Okay, hi, ready? All right, let's do it. Okay. A voluminous plate cascading over her shoulder, she stands amidst the rubble, her dagger snug in the sheath attached to her thigh. This is what remains for her. A barren land once known by some strenuous standard is home, now fruitless and debris-ridden. Grime fraternizes with the pores beneath her fair skin as she steps forward toward her unwritten future, then pauses. Breathing deep, she humors a rare moment of stone-cold mental lamentation. The government has fallen at her hand. The war is won. This sequence, of course, is about a fantasy, more specifically one found quite often at the end of any mainstream dystopian novel boasting a strong female lead. Yet where real women are chastised for the breadth of their femininity, the female dystopian badass archetype is applauded and labeled a martyr for flippantly disregarding the confines of gender norms designed to stifle the fabric of her existence. Despite this double standard, female readers derive pleasure from literarily ingesting the false promise of how expansive their womanhood could be, as depicted by the archetype. Though pleasurable, such an accepting promise is surely false, albeit lastingly impactful as it leeches off the fantastical elements and authorial choices which catalyze dystopian narratives and the female dystopian badasses they champion. The female dystopian badass is not solely a beacon of pop culture iconicism, but a recalcitrant purveyor of idealistic feminism and furthered lies about the grasps of femininity, both of which are exacerbated by her formulaic existence. She is built to withstand the tribulations presented by the patterned trials she inevitably conquers. As mythologist and esteemed author Joseph Campbell views in his book, The Hero with a Thousand Faces, it is not within any hero's nature, and is contrary to Aristotelian theory, to fail what they are destined to accomplish. Campbell bifurcates the typical prongs of a hero's journey into phases of initiation, tests of mental and physical aptitude, forming allies, and unprecedented romance. When the quest is complete, quote, the hero reemerges from the kingdom of dread they have just traversed, bringing home, quote, the boon that restores the world and acts as an elixir for the maladies which initiated the hero's adventure. Campbell's thinking on the hero's journey set the precedent for thousands of literary and cinematic protagonists to come in the decades following his original thesis. He is one of the first to ever explicitly state that the hero never fails, despite the often nightmarish narratives they waltz right through. Campbell's formula is embodied by Katniss Everdeen, the female dystopian badass of author Suzanne Collins' explosive novel series, The Hunger Games. Katniss follows an exact science, which is rooted in Campbell's modes of thinking, to exemplify perfect feminism. That is, total societal acceptance and uplifting of womankind's loudness, curiosity, and demands. Such a formula essentially boils down to a sleek bodysuit, plus a side part braid combo, plus a distinct weapon, plus borderline insufferable obstinance, plus spearheading some sort of revolution, plus seemingly divine immunity, which finally equates to the female dystopian badass archetype. Katniss is Collins' cunning, young female reader-oriented repackaging of Campbell's theories on heroism. As a character who is stubborn, unwavering, and rough around the edges, she meets the criteria for the typical personality of a hero who would endure Campbell's threshold of adventure. Moreover, Katniss is written in a manner which makes her easily understandable and lovable. Young female readers are rooting for her success because Collins constructed Katniss so that her audience would see pieces of themselves in the young heroine. The heroes within Campbell's model are outdated and frankly boring to modern-day, predominantly female audiences, and Collins caught wind of this literary disparity to rewire the typical hero narrative. Readers are force-fed interminably. Katniss is unique in the fact that she's not just a beacon of dystopian badassery, but of the pleasure in primitive, messy freedom countless women pine for. Katniss, who was written to fulfill the criteria of not only Campbell's formula, but the female dystopian badass archetype, commodifies characteristics that are viewed as unwanted, such as intrepidness and vocality, and the women who read the novels in which a heroine outshines the bleakness of her reality. In her essay, Pure Heroines, award-winning author, screenwriter, and New Yorker staffer Gia Tolentino is simultaneously observant and critical of this literary coil. She deduces that, quote, bravery and bitterness get so concentrated in these dystopias for women, quote, because there's not enough space for their fervor and multifaceted emotionality in the real world. Because of the representation of this theme in dystopian novels, which boast heroines who would be deemed difficult in reality, readers, specifically female ones, take pleasure in the fantasy of being loud, intrusive, and respected nonetheless. Tolentino goes on to claim that Katniss is, quote, brave in a grim, fatalistic way, with her courage exacerbated by, quote, her certainty that the future is a nightmare. Tolentino's commentary goes to show that these, quote, female dystopian badasses themselves aren't certain of the validity of their fearlessness and the crusades they spearhead. Nevertheless, female readers find pleasure in these characters time and time again. In narratives centered around dystopian societies, structurally speaking, disobedience and boisterousness are two virtues which hold great appeal to female readers and arguably defy the confines of gender. Therefore, their heroines are heralded with reverence for the pithiness of their womanhood. Furthermore, feminist author and critique Rebecca Solnit argues in her essay, The Mother of All Questions, that, quote, there's no good answer to being a woman in dystopian novels. This freedom from binary womanhood shatters expectations placed upon real women, thus providing a respite from societal expectations through elements of fantasy. Yet, this escape stunts real women more than it helps them by falsely promising society will accept the vastness of their beings. That is, if they present outwardly feminine and expect respect in turn. In Katniss's case, however, womanhood is not an obstacle at all, but rather a ghost-like facet of her identity, which seldom haunts her and instead dwindles meaninglessly at the back of her and readers' minds. When writing Katniss's character arc development upon her promotion to Mockingjay, otherwise known as the leader of an anti-authoritarian regime, Collins ensures her heroine was not shunned by the masses, but respected. As both Katniss's closest allies and readers finally see her for, quote, who she really is, come book 3 of the series, namely Mockingjay, Collins pens Katniss as describing herself as, quote, violent, distrustful, manipulative, and deadly. What a privilege it is to not only as a character bask in describing oneself as deadly and distrustful, without consequence, but authorially to profit profusely off giving young female readers false hope that they, too, could prance through life as difficult, lawless women. It is moments like this in the text which, at least subconsciously, remind the reader that escaping gender oppression is but an element of fantasy, not a reality. The female dystopian badass archetype is most misleading in the fact that these heroines aren't feminine at all, but rather conglomerations of masculine traits packaged in sexier bodies. It does not go unnoticed how Katniss just happens to be perfectly chiseled in a skin-tight bodysuit, yet dismissive and morally gray. She's respected and even feared by others, not because of her boundless womanhood, but because she acts like a man. In her essay, I Don't Want to Be the Strong Female Lead, actress and screenwriter Britt Marling pens a hauntingly raw expose of this literary and cinematic undermining of femininity. After auditioning for what felt like hundreds of tank-top-clad, gruff yet flustered female protagonist roles, Marling waxes epiphanic, highlighting, quote, the narrow specificity of the strengths which heroines within the female dystopian badass archetype possess, quote, physical prowess, linear ambition, and focused rationality. While each of these are impressive traits, surely they miss the mark in the fact that they are all, quote, masculine modalities of power, burdening female protagonists. The fact that this alone has not sparked mass outrage in female readers and viewers of dystopian media is not only alarming but blatantly disheartening. It is astonishing how easily digestible such lies about feminism have been constructed. As Marling describes, society approves of feminist media only if such works proselytize the theory that in order to be respected as a woman, you have to act like a man. Excuse me. See, I looked at you and then I lost my place. Look how that happened. Okay. There it is, I found it. From hashtag girlboss epidemic to Katniss herself, there is certainly no shortage of the masculinization of headstrong young girls, especially when every form of feminist media out there tells them that the only path to success is to man up. Furthermore, the female dystopian badass heroines are not only privileged because they are, of course, fictional, but also because they are inherently masculine, which ensures respect. Female on the outside, but male through and through, these heroines operate within the comfort of such profound gender elitism that they are able to, quote, defy kings, refuse beauty, and defend themselves against violence without consequence, which Marling claims makes it all the more impossible to, quote, imagine a world in which such free women can exist without brutal consequences. Marling raises a critical point of contention. The female dystopian badass has absolutely zero regard for consequences, an inherently masculine way of moving through not only tumultuous times, but life in its entirety. Katniss is, yet again, the pinnacle of this masculine-feminine gender paradox. She has little regard for anyone other than herself, and when she is concerned about others, it is mostly for her romantic and sexual gain, especially in regard to her primary love interest, the unassuming, one could say girlish, Peeta Mellark. Katniss thrives off appearing stronger than him. She is his protector, certainly not the other way around, a gender role reversal which gives readers a headache rather than an activated ardor for modern-day feminism. In the first novel, when Katniss and Peeta are taking cover from the combination of a brutal storm and the other tributes in the arena, Peeta is whiny and frustratingly vocal. Katniss hushes him in fear of being heard by the others, but Peeta, unfazed, counters, quote, "What do I care? I've got you to protect me now." This is a quintessential morsel of the gender entanglement purveyed by the female dystopian badass. Katniss, instead of being the injured, trembling girl, is the brutish protector who, in the end, only keeps Peeta alive for the sake of romance. Not only is this a shallow strategy, but it is unmooring for female readers. How can they feel pleasured and psychologically affirmed in womankind's innate desire to be truly loved and protected if women are told by literature that they cannot wish to be nurtured in such a way and instead must develop a thicker skin for the sake of survival? While Katniss certainly possessed traits admirable to many women, surviving through life rather than living through it was not one of them. That said, survival looks different for Katniss than it does for real women. It is not weaponized, but rather glamorized and even fetishized. Such fetishization of Katniss's inherent vehemence not only drives forward the narrative of the Hunger Games, but commercializes female suffering and white saviorship into desirable ploys rather than serious offenses. In deriving pleasures from such atrocities, the reader often unintentionally romanticizes hallmarks of female demoralization and furthers their own implicit biases against women and women of color in particular. Author, cultural critic, and intersectional feminist activist Mickey Kendall deliberates this paradox in her essay, The Fetishization of Fierce. She's particularly critical of stereotypical white feminist characters like Katniss, who perpetuate the lies of perfect feminism and rely, quote, on the idea that an empowered woman can do anything, whilst turning a blind eye on, quote, the economic and racial realities that some women face. Kendall unearths a crude reality embedded in the underbelly of mainstream feminist literature. Women of color are more often than not authorially moved through these stories as pawns rather than substantial, profound characters. Furthermore, such dehumanization emboldens the white female dystopian badass to reign victorious, not only plot-wise, but on social, racial, and gendered levels. Take Rue, a young black tribute in the first Hunger Games novel, for instance. She is depicted as being soft-spoken, timid, and shown by Collins akin to a starry-eyed fawn being hunted for sport, a sharp contrast to Katniss's wolf-like ferocity. Quote, Rue has decided to trust Katniss wholeheartedly because she snuggles up against Katniss and, quote, falls asleep nightly amidst the horrors of the arena. Nor does Katniss, quote, have any misgivings about her as she takes no particular precautions to shield herself from any sleights of hand Rue might attempt. It is at this point in the Hunger Games that Campbell's formula is screamingly present. Rue's journey as a hero does not involve her embodying the same violence that Katniss does because as a young black female character, Collins has literally determined that's not in the cards for Rue. Moreover, Rue is written to give stone-cold Katniss emotional depth as well as act as a catalyst for white saviorship. Katniss feels a moral obligation to save and protect Rue, largely because she reminds Katniss of her little sister, Prim. With her quick clips of spineless dialogue and childlike wisdom, it is arguable Rue acts as Campbell's aforementioned mystical sidekick, who serves little purpose beyond actuating the heroine's success. Building on Campbell's thinking, Collins intentionally fabricated Rue to contain minimal, albeit just enough substance to evoke emotionality from both readers and Katniss while contributing minimal meaning to the broader impact of the Hunger Games as a body of work. Collins claims she's only relevant because Katniss repeatedly acted as her savior and protector and died a meaningless depth attempting to do the same for Katniss. Further proof that the female dystopian badass archetype disgustingly excludes women of color from its effectiveness as a literary device. As Rue's corpse rots away into the soil of the arena, surrounded by flowers handpicked by Katniss, an acute sense of discontent emerges in her wake. Even in fiction, women of color are viewed as having little meaning other than furthering the success of white women. Discontent, however, is a young female reader's superpower rather than her kryptonite. When young women are plagued by frustration or notice that something isn't right, they are psychologically galvanized to instigate reform in their own realities. Okay, acclaimed author Neil Gaiman, whose work I'm referencing before learning that he royally sucks, claims in his article, Face Facts, We Need Fiction, that readers must delve into the oftentimes flawed paracosms of literature to better understand the mechanisms of the real world. He furthers his point by arguing that once readers have, quote, visited other worlds, they can never be entirely content with the world they grew up in. Gaiman's claim further evidences the cruciality of being critical readers rather than complacent ones. By reading critically, female readers can exhume undertones of prejudice and unattainable perfect femininity from tales of heroines presented as quintessential female role models. Furthermore, criticism serves to shape one's perception of a text as an anthology of lessons aside from solely fiction, recognizing that the personalities of female dystopian badasses are meticulously formulated to perpetuate implausible standards for female livelihood and well-being is paramount to understanding the archetype. In alignment with this mode of thinking, Gaiman adds that, quote, discontent is a good thing, as discontented people can modify and improve their worlds in order to leave them better and leave them different than they currently are. By embracing discontent rather than refuting it, female readers have the potential to reject entirely what has been conceived by authors, such as Collins, to further imprison them in an endless cycle of comparison and vying for an unobtainable lifestyle. Yet they unknowingly remain shackled to the female dystopian badass in all her misleading glory, because rejecting her means welcoming change. Change is terrifying. It gives light to nascence, thus corroding the familiarity of the female dystopian badass into an undesirable, shunned archetype. Yet, bidding farewell to the female dystopian badass feels like an implausible task. After all, she's commandeered the waters of young adult literature like a top naval admiral for more years than I can count. Icons of the archetype like Katniss have acted as definitive hallmarks of literary history. Regardless, all goodbyes must be said, even the ones which seem the most impossible. After all this time, the female dystopian badass we met earlier in this presentation is still frozen amidst the wreckage, except something is different. Her head turns, beadlets of sweat cascading the slope of her cheek. She looks not into the abyss awaiting her, but towards you. Don't forget me, her eyes seem to plead. And how could you? Was the female dystopian badass not present amidst the pages you propped up against your tucked legs, reading late into the night past your bedtime? Was she not your Halloween costume in 6th grade, complete with a bow and arrow, and of course her signature bodysuit, which was likely uncomfortable for reasons unrelated to her? Was she not electrifying on the silver screen, delivering her iconic monologue as you bit back tears over how long you waited for this very moment? Tell me, was she not alive? The truth is, it is monumentally easier to rebuke the female dystopian badass in theory than in practice. The stories we read are, in many ways, lives we have lived. In abandoning the female dystopian badass, we are essentially abandoning a part of ourselves. She feeds off our attention to survive just as much as we absorb her badassery to feel a deeper sense of importance. And letting the female dystopian badass rust away, we risk losing the foundations of our emboldenment as young women. With that being said, however, such foundations are unstable nonetheless. The female dystopian badass is, as we've learned, undeniably problematic and certainly not whom we should aspire to model as young women. There are prongs of her formulation which would benefit from reform, such as her lack of intersectionality, masculinity-based respect and reverence, and her moral ambiguity. In simple terms, if we're going to keep the female dystopian badass around, she needs to represent the real women who read her adventures so ardently. To conclude, the female dystopian badass will be present in young adult literature for many years to come, but perhaps her appearance and traits will be reworked as both society and literature modernize, progress, and evolve. That is, only if she, as well as her readers, can win a battle not of fierce weaponry and governmental authoritarianism, but a battle of rectified selfhood. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Isla Ray Brookshire, presenting The Green Feminine, Rewriting the Ideas of the Fathers.
Hi, I'm Isla Ray. I'm a sophomore at Sequoia High School, and this is my talk, The Green Feminine, Rewriting the Ideas of the Fathers. Awesome. So for me, this project started with my realization that Margaret Atwood is an ecofeminist. Her destroyed dystopian landscapes are depicted as a result of a hyper-misogynist world, as seen in The Handmaid's Tale. Not only is she an ecofeminist, but as I read the Penelope ad, I realized that she had done something I too wish to do. Reanalyzing literature, such as the Odyssey, with an ecofeminist perspective, and translating it into something that creates an entirely different message. Before we get to my thesis, we have to define two very important terms, capitalism and ecofeminism. So ecofeminism, as defined in the writing about an ecofeminist art exhibition I went to, is a theoretical and activist movement that locates the critical connections between gender oppression and the exploitation of natural resources. Joyce Appleby defines capitalism in The Relentless Revolution by combining the ideas of Karl Marx and Max Weber. Her definition is that capitalism is a cultural system rooted in economic practices that rotate around the imperative of private investors to turn a profit. Profit-seeking usually promotes production efficiencies like the division of labor, economies of size, specialization, the expansion of the market for one's goods, and above all, innovation. In the first part of her definition, Appleby expresses the need for capitalists to generate profit. She is letting us know that there's nothing casual about this system. The next part of her definition brings up the techniques capitalism not only encourages, but makes a necessity. In order to create a profit, in order to survive, capitalists have to constantly innovate, Appleby is saying. This leads me to my thesis. Ecofeminism is a tool that points out the flaws of patriarchal capitalist society and repurposes the text that society produces as a way to claim female power. Here's part one, analyzing text with an ecofeminist lens changes their meaning. While learning about the French Revolution in my humanities class, I discovered another ecofeminist, Olympe de Gouges, who did her own critique of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. De Gouges' revisions, marked in pink, point out the areas in the text that exclude women and adapts the text to include them. The original declaration reads, "Liberty consists in the ability to do whatever does not harm another. Hence the exercise of the natural rights of each man has no other limits than those which assure to the other members of society the enjoyment of the same rights. These limits can only be determined by the law." De Gouges points out that there is no liberty without justice. She acknowledges the current limits on liberty, the limits that have been set in place by the perpetual tyranny of man. She concludes by simply saying, quote, "There is no limits to man is not enough, and that the limits must be reformed such that women may exist in society free from tyranny." Gail Rubin, a professor of anthropology and women's studies at the University of Michigan, analyzes the text of Karl Marx in her essay, "The Traffic in Women, Notes on the Political Economy of Sex." In the very beginning of her essay, Rubin emphasizes that the texts she pulls from are full of ignorance or plain contempt for women, and their value is only revealed after it's been reanalyzed. She goes on to emphasize this further, saying that while Marx touches on the importance of the reproduction of the labor force, both day to day and generation to generation, he does not mention the fact that women play a crucial role in both of these reproductions. Additionally, she uses the amusing analogy that Marx observed, that beer is necessary for the reproduction of the English working class, and wine is necessary for the reproduction of the French. Unspoken is the comparison that if beer and wine are necessary for the reproduction of the working class, women certainly are. Here's part two, an ecofeminist analysis of Max Weber. Of the three critics of capitalism we read in class, each had their own position about women in their writings. Weber perhaps had the most to say about women in all of a paragraph, and his opinions seemed to be fairly critical, not much beyond that. Marx was not interested in exploring the role of women in society really at all, but he was also not oblivious to their existence and effect. Smith, however, seemed to think it was altogether easier to pretend like they didn't exist. First, Weber writes, "The type of backwards traditional form of labor is today very often exemplified by women workers, especially unmarried ones." Here, when Weber refers to the backwards traditional form of labor, he is referring to the failure of women to treat work as a calling and an end in itself. In addition to the religious background, which allows workers to treat work as a calling and an end in itself, is something he refers to as the spirit of capitalism, which is the idea best illustrated by Benjamin Franklin, that every second you spend not working, you are losing money. Next, Weber says, "An almost universal complaint of employers of girls, for instance German girls, is that they are almost entirely unable and unwilling to give up methods of work inherited or once learned in favor of more efficient ones, to adapt themselves to new methods, to learn and to concentrate their intelligence, or even use it at all." Here, Weber voices the complaints of employers who criticize the intelligence and competence of women, stating surely because women will not cease to work in the old way, they are unable to use their brains at all. It is here that our first suspicions can arise, because Weber, who has adopted the voice of the employers, contradicts himself. The women cannot be both unable and unwilling to work, for if they were unable, there would be no amount of willingness or choice involved. I'm inclined to believe that his second statement of unwilling is more accurate. Next, Weber writes, explanations of the possibility of making work easier and above all more profitable to themselves generally encounter a complete lack of understanding. Now he has taken on the voice of the employers completely. It has become what he is thinking and conveying also. And it is only further insulting the intelligence and incompetence of women. Because surely, as he said, if only they worked and made it easier for themselves, they could definitely be more profitable. Finally, Weber adds, increases of piece rates are without avail against the stone wall of habit. In general, it is otherwise, and that is a point of little importance from our viewpoint, only with girls having specifically religious, especially pietistic background. To end, Weber drives the point home that the only way women could realize that treating work as a calling would be beneficial to them is if they were brought up in a religious, and here Weber really means Protestant Christian setting. What Weber fails to realize, or remark upon at all, is this is not incompetence, lack of intelligence or brain, but resistance. The women of capitalist societies do not treat work as a calling because they know that it is foolish and self-destructive. So to Weber, I say this. The unwillingness of women to treat work as a calling, or an end in itself, is a resistance to the system of capitalism, one that has never been kind to them and is not likely to be in the future. Instead of relinquishing power to the system that asks them to give everything up to work, to destroy themselves in order to constantly innovate, women refuse to work in that way. These methods of innovation will not make more profitable for them, it will only encourage further exploitation. And if the only way to be a good woman worker in the eyes of the capitalist is to also be a good little Christian girl, then what is the point in working with the system at all? Their refusal to work or use their intelligence is not incompetence, but protest, resistance, and a method of creating power where none is permitted. Here's my final part, ecofeminism as a tool. So let's address a question that some of you may have. We spent so much time talking about Weber and revising his ideas. Wouldn't it have just been easier to start from scratch? Not to spend so much time trying to revise the misogynistic text? If we're starting from scratch, there's nothing substantial to critique, and the message becomes less powerful because people can just argue that the flaws never existed in the first place. When you build upon culture, the critique becomes undeniable. Atwood builds on the contradiction within the Odyssey, just as I build on Weber's contradiction. She points out the flaws within Homer's story. When Homer contradicts himself by writing that Odysseus says the maids were both raped and slept with the suitors willingly, Atwood responds by saying, it says right here, let me see, in book 22, that the maids were raped. The suitors raped them. Nobody stopped them from doing so. Your client knew all that. He is quoted as having said these things himself. All that I've discussed so far dwells largely on the past, but what of the present and the future? Ecofeminism has become important to me because it feels like an argument against the hyper-masculine culture surrounding capitalism and industries like oil. One of the ways this is exemplified is by the phrase, drill baby drill. The phrase has become a chant, a slogan for the oil industry, and by extension, the right. But the most confusing part about it is the baby, stuck right in the middle of the phrase. The baby sexualizes the phrase. And I'm going to put it this way because I think there's no other way to put it. It is the hyper-masculine exploitative fucking of the earth, the drilling of the earth, if you will. It is the same exploitative fucking that women are subjected to. And that's just one example. This exploitative sexualization happens over and over and over again. It is happening right now with the resurgence of the right. It is the very same culture that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump cultivate. Everything, from Vance's outspoken claim that women should only have value in our society if they produce biological children, to Trump's insistence that oil is the only way, are details that add up to the ongoing oppression of women and others. This is the reality of today and the reality of the future, and the rebellion against it should be ecofeminist. In an article by Catherine Taft, a curator of an ecofeminist exhibition, she describes ecofeminism as a tool for thinking, a way to comment and critique the powers that are destroying our environment and the patriarchal and capitalist systems that uphold that destruction. Hopefully, I've inspired you all to think about the ways in which you observe the world, and perhaps even do some ecofeminist critique of your own. It is the tool, the rebellion, that is necessary for the ensurement of the future. Is my work cited? Thank you.
Our next presenter is Fallon Prince, presenting on Impact of Identity on Masculinity in God of Carnage and the American Sonnet for My Past and Future Assassin.
Hi, I'm Fallon Prince. I'm a senior at Granada Hills Charter High School, and if you guys don't mind, I'm just going to set up a timer to make sure I'm not going too far over time. So in this presentation, which I created last year in my junior year for something called the individual oral, an assessment with just me and my teacher where I present something I'm passionate about, I talked about the impact of identity on masculinity in interpersonal relationships. I wanted to look specifically at how men end up identifying themselves solely by traditionally masculine stereotypes through dialogue, characterization, language, and sonnet structure. Identity is what a person defines themselves as, whether it be through gender, race, or class, or a myriad of other things. To consider the identity of a person in their relationships is to consider how they present themselves to others. For men, in these works, their outward presentations have a negative impact on the relationships they create because they shallowly define themselves, solely by masculine stereotypes, negatively impacting their relationship and their views on the world. I'll explore these ideas through Yasmina Reza's God of Carnage, translated by Christopher Hampton, which considers the identity of a working man and how this stereotype is used to neglect responsibility. And I will look at Terence Hayes' American Sonnets for My Past and Future Assassin, which examines the ways a Black man has been forced into emotional unavailability. Both authors reveal the impact of toxic masculinity and the culture surrounding it on a man's interpersonal relationships. So, God of Carnage, for those who don't know, is a play about two sets of parents, Veronica and Michael and Alan and Annette, whose son injured the formers. In this excerpt, the four parents are discussing how they would like to resolve the conflict with their kids. It indirectly highlights Alan and Annette's biggest point of contention within their relationship, which is how they should be raising their son, and who is most important in his upbringing. We see Alan, a traditional working man, using his job as the reason he does not need to be an emotionally available father figure in his son's life, forcing his wife to do the job instead. So first, Reza shallowly characterizes Alan as a traditionally masculine working man to show how he has used this identity to shirk emotional responsibility. His identity is portrayed as removed and neglectful because of the dialogue that he constantly uses. The role of a man to be a provider, to get a job and support his family, while Alan continues to push for a solution where he is not involved, Reza is showing how little Alan cares about the whole situation to portray him as emotionally unavailable solely because he provides money for the family. Alan is written to say, they don't need to be coached, just let them do it man to man. His dialogue is used to remove himself from the conversation, saying man to man to tell the other adults that they shouldn't get involved and that the boys just need to talk directly without any others there. This is what Alan believes throughout the whole play, and in forcing Alan to stick to this mindset, Reza makes him a flat character, stuck on his work, making the reader think this also. This is the identity that is seemingly created for him. He is removed and neglectful as a working class man. Alan says, I have to go, get back to the office. You stay, Annette, you'll tell me what you've decided. I'm no use, whichever way you cut it. Alan believes he's no use, whichever way you cut it, because he's describing himself as worthless in order to get out of a situation that he doesn't see any prize in, essentially. Annette is forced to stay there and figure this out while Alan is trying to get himself out of it, to convince Annette that he is self-sufficient and unneeding of whatever Annette needs from him. So the second claim is that Annette's depiction as the foil of Alan displays how his identity and masculinity has forced Annette to be a similar stereotypical character because this is how he views the world. In describing the relationship between the breadwinner and the housewife, she starts off opposing him but ends up agreeing with him, which is the constant stereotype of a traditional woman's role. Annette is simply his wife, similar to how Alan is simply a businessman. She is pushed by logic rather than the idea of masculinity Alan believes he needs to uphold. She tells him that he's being ridiculous and excusing his abhorrent behavior because he's never exactly been a stroller dad. She's playing into his manipulation, forgiving his behavior and taking on the challenge by herself. Annette is supposed to be a mother and a housewife because Alan is the breadwinner, and Reza makes Alan hold on to these beliefs to show how his neglect affects the other people around him, specifically his wife. Because he has forced Annette into this role, she makes excuses for him. So Alan's masculinity is directly influenced by his ideas surrounding what it means to be a father, and more generally, what it means to be a man. Reza's play allows for shallow characterization because the dialogue within the play is a small glimpse into the personalities of the characters, meaning their dialogue itself is shallow and stereotypical. So next, I'd like to look at two sonnets from American Sonnets for My Past and Future Assassin. Together, both sonnets describe how Hayes' masculinity is a learned behavior. Because of the men around him and the injustices faced because of institutionalized racism, Hayes depicts the journey of a regression into emotional unavailability. Because Hayes sees his race and gender as incredibly influential on his identity, he looks to describe how this identity has damaged his masculinity, further damaging the intimacy felt by Black men in their relationships through language and sonnet structure. In Sonnet 25, Hayes uses African American vernacular English and code switching to describe how his understanding of masculinity is a learned behavior from the other men he has interacted with. Code switching is a defense mechanism for minorities specifically, and Hayes inherited it to make himself more palatable and appealing for the men in this sonnet, forcing him to leave behind his relationships with women. His relationships lack intimacy because he has been so concerned about fitting into his place in male-dominated spaces, which has made him become emotionally unavailable. He says, a brother versed in ideological and material swagger seeks dime-ass trill bitch starved enough to hang. Code switching has been used by Black Americans to make themselves more palatable or comfortable to white audiences. It is a defense mechanism, and in Hayes constantly describing women superficially and using AAVE, then code switching into language that will appeal to women to try and seek intimacy with them, saying, a brother versed in ideological and material swagger looking for a dime-ass trill bitch, is appealing to audiences of men because they might want to dress or be like this man, as well as belittle women through derogatory words. He's trying to portray masculinity in the ways he has seen it done by other men he has interacted with, which he has incorporated into himself and his identity. Hayes says he's looking for a woman who is fat-assed, fearless, and God-fearing. 3 completely unrelated words that both depreciate and acknowledge the multifacetedness of women, a variation of code switching unique to Hayes' sonnets. He switches between wanting to appeal to male audiences and calling women fat-assed, but later wants women to feel recognized that they are fearless. In this context, he is using code switching to fit into the male personas and stereotypes around him, allowing him to avoid being vulnerable. And because this concept is so deeply rooted in his identity, this is all he knows in connecting with women. Hayes says in the last line, Harlem Street, this is daddy's boy, who want it? And exploring the idea that his behaviors are learned behaviors, we can see who Hayes learned this from, his father. He says he's daddy's boy, referring to his behaviors as something he learned from his father, who most likely learned from his father, and so forth. In this, we get insight as to why Hayes behaves this way. It is all he knows. His defense mechanism was created by the men before him, this version of code switching taught to him in order to avoid vulnerability and fit into the molds that were made for him. His relationships have lacked intimacy because he has been so concerned about fitting into places in male-dominated spaces that he's become emotionally unavailable. In Sonnet 59, Hayes uses sonnet structure to highlight an inability for intimacy Black men feel in their relationships as they are held back from systemic racism. The first line begins with Hayes talking about he will do his laundry early Sunday mornings. While most other people are enjoying this time with friends or family, saying when all the young tenants are hungover or worn out, all the people in church and the elementary parents parked at playgrounds, he is spending this time alone. He is doing this domestic task, done in a place with loved ones, by himself. He discusses this at the start of the sonnet in order to set the tone. No matter what happens, Hayes will end up by himself because society has forced him into this. His habits will not change no matter who comes into his life, as we see later in the sonnet, because he has always done things by himself, and he does not see that changing. Oops, hold on, I lost my page. Hayes alludes also here to the remnants of Jim Crow laws stuck in our society, rooted in the systems we have in place. By doing something that could be done with a partner, with family, alone in an empty building, comments on the internalized racism that has placed him here, forced onto him by society that has only ever segregated Black people. This forced isolation has caused Black men to be pushed back into traditionally masculine roles of invulnerability that has caused their relationships to lack emotional intimacy. Hayes further discusses his relationship with the woman who sent me songs, which is an attempt to be unreserved through a shallower form of intimacy, but ends with him saying he will eat brunch alone. The woman in the first line was in the first line, whereas her meaning to him was in the next, an afterthought to their relationship. They are separated purposely in order to disconnect Hayes from their relationship to remain emotionally stoic about whatever may happen. This identity of being solely a Black man is something that has been metaphorically slapped onto Hayes' forehead. He is only seen this way, so he has internalized it. He is only a Black man, and the behaviors that come with that are ones that he has inherited, shown in his return to emotional unavailability, like the Black men before him, hindering his ability for intimacy. He is only a black man, and the behaviors that come with that are ones he has inherited. Oops, I just said that. Internalization of identity affects how we portray ourselves to the society around us. When we portray ourselves in ways that aren't as multifaceted as we actually are, we damage the relationships we have with other people, seen in Allen's flat characterization of a working man, and Hayes' idea that he is solely a black man, which has caused him to avoid intimacy. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Daniel Salem, presenting The Lisbon Complex, The Lisbon Intricacies Uncovered.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm a junior at New Roads, and today I'll be presenting my essay on the virgin suicides. Thank you. Jeffrey Eugenides's monumental 1993 novel, The Virgin Suicides, revolves around man's struggle to understand others' consciousness. In tackling themes such as obsession, voyeurism, and societal isolation, Eugenides paints a bigger picture of immensely nuanced human beings being reduced to one-dimensional concepts. A key misconception regarding the virgin suicides is where its true focus is placed. It would be easy to concede your attention to the Lisbon girls, the true spectacle of the novel. In a way, we see the Lisbon sisters as the surrounding neighborhood does, enveloped in their apparent beauty and mystique. They're utterly fascinating, enclosed in a shroud of mystery by how little we know about them and their true nature. After all, the book's title seems to allude to their deaths, foreshadowing the eventual suicides of all 5 girls. In truth, our focus is misplaced, and this is a story about the neighborhood boys whom we follow. We view the story through the lens they stare through for years, that the entire neighborhood can't stop staring through. While peering through the telescope at the Lisbon abode from the neighboring house, carefully examining its gloom, its lost charm, and its tragedy, we, the reader, forget who stands behind us. Joe Conley, Peter Sisson, Chase Buell, and Paul Baldino, gushing over every speck of dust that once covered the Lisbon floor, every strand of hair that once descended from a Lisbon girl's head, and every shade of lipstick they once smeared on their lips. The boys spend most of their time gathering remnants of the declining Lisbon house. If not staring through the windows or interviewing primary sources about the inner workings of the Lisbon family, they're having sexual fantasies about the girls. They put them on a pedestal, regarding them as angels. Paradoxically, while their expectations for the girls far exceed them, these expectations turn them superficial and fail to recognize the complex picture that is each of the girls. This literal and metaphorical telescope they spend so much time staring at the Lisbon sisters through makes it impossible to understand them truly. They can see them, but they can't hear them. They can view the outer shell the girls inhabit and perceive it to be hollow, but they will never grasp the true nuance inside. Even through pain and tragedy, Cecilia, Lux, Bonnie, Therese, and Mary Lisbon are reduced to mere outlines of individuals, discredited and objectified. We felt that if we keep looking hard enough, we might begin to understand what they were feeling and who they were. This quote epitomizes not just the boys' relationship with the girls, but the apparent fragmentation between the Lisbon household and the encompassing neighborhood. The Lisbon sisters stand on an island engulfed in a sea of people, people who only think they can fully comprehend and fathom their pain. In the aftermath of Cecilia's suicide, the news reporters make shameless attempts to reach their desperate fingers into the Lisbon house to extract and deduce information about the inner workings of the family. Miss Pearl, a journalist, writes, "The bright, bouncy girls show little sign of the recent tragedy." In making this observation, she infers that the sisters' outward expression is identical to their inward emotional complex. She infers that Cecilia's death is inconsequential to the girls. She infers that the girls are but shallow vessels for unsophisticated minds. The press pins the cause behind Cecilia's suicide as today's teenagers' overwhelming anxiety. Anxiety, a profusely broad term relating to physical unease that can come in innumerable forms. In Miss Pearl's full analysis of the tragedy, she uses broad phrases like self-expression, frustration, and pressures in theorizing the roots of suicidal urges in teens. These terms are so impersonal, and they generalize adolescence, only providing textbook rationality for the cause of such a large issue. After Dr. Horneker's eventual meeting with Lux Lisbon, he concluded that, as a result of Cecilia's suicide and the surviving Lisbon girls suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, this diagnosis spread and it convinced many people because it simplified things. As the neighborhood simplifies and discredits the circumstances in which Cecilia's death occurred, as well as the emotional condition of the remaining sisters, they are left astray and outcast. Throughout the virgin suicides, a huge factor at play is the boys' sexualization of the girls. Deep in their teens, hormonal as ever, they're in the midst of an influx of sexual drive. They plant the promiscuous Lisbon sisters as the target of their sexual ambitions, obsessed with them physically. With this physical obsession comes an unfortunate neglect of the Lisbon's internal facets. A prime example of this dynamic is Trip Fontaine's affair with Lux Lisbon. Immediately smitten by Lux upon their first meeting, the popular Trip is allured by enigmatic Lux over the course of a few weeks. As their relationship blossoms, sex becomes the key component of their connection. Early on in their relationship, Trip mentions that Lux was the most naked person with clothes on he had ever seen. During homecoming, after Lux and Trip sneak out of the auditorium and make love on the football field, Lux begins to cry, telling Trip, "I always screw things up." After this sexual experience, she unwraps, uncovering her painfully bruised insides. Little is revealed about Trip's reaction to her outburst, like whether or not he consoled her. But we learn that this fateful night marked the sudden finale of their relationship. Trip reveals to the boys that instead of following through with his promise to Mr. Lisbon, he left Lux to find her way home. He said, "I walked home that night. I didn't care how she got home." He proceeds to confess to the boys, "I liked her. I really liked her. I just got sick of her right then." What is so strange about this reaction is it reveals a mentality from Trip worse than boredom with Lux, worse than disinterest, but resentment. His abandonment of Lux is not just unjustified, but inexplicably cruel. He deeply resents Lux for stripping away her glorified skin and pulling apart her chest to divulge her shattered heart, her uneasy lungs, and her suicidal stomach. He loved her for her glitter-polished exterior, refusing to acknowledge the existence of her blackened and beat-up interior. The Lisbon girls' sexual appeal is not their only value, but they are only valued because they're sexually appealing. In writing The Virgin Suicides, Jeffrey Eugenides challenges himself to dive inside the fragile, fairly unprocessed cerebral cortex of an adolescent male. In doing so, Eugenides' form of writing is reflected in the narrator's detailing of these formative teenage years. Not solely the narrator, but his friends as well find themselves utterly obsessed with the Lisbon girls, to an unruly extent. He and his friends are enthralled by the girls, fueled by the grand production that is their lives and deaths. Their fascination with the girls is resemblant to material obsession, where one is obsessed with a property's outermost features, ignoring its innermost complexities. This objectification of the girls can be seen in Eugenides' writing style, where he describes the girls and the tragic fates of the girls in bleak detail. As a news reporter recites facts from a teleprompter, neglecting to input their emotions, the narrator is incredibly matter-of-fact, as though he cannot feel the true pain and emotional suffering that prompted each suicide. Whilst Mr. Lisbon finds his daughter Cecilia's body impaled on a fence, Eugenides writes, "He was trying to lift her off the spike that had punctured her left breast, traveled through her inexplicable heart, separated two vertebrae without shattering either, and come out her back, ripping the dress and finding air again." This description fails to capture the true sight of a post-suicide corpse with an unaffected tone and unemotional response. Eugenides proceeds to compare the teenager's corpse to an aquatic creature, stating, Cecilia's open eyes and the way her mouth kept contracting, like that of a fish on a stringer. It was just nerves, and she succeeded on the second try in hurling herself out of the world. A fish is labeled as an aquatic vertebrae. So is it any coincidence that a few sentences before, Eugenides included the fact that the sharp fence parted Cecilia's vertebrae? In a sense, the simile is fitting, seeing as Cecilia is viewed as a fish, an animal that many believe lacks the capacity to feel emotion. Trapped in a glass bowl, the tight parameters instated by the world and her own mother, she escapes through the only exit in sight, death. One thing indisputable about the Lisbons is that they're held under a microscope for all to dissect, whether to rip them open and invalidate their pain or to derive sexual satisfaction from their sheer brokenness. They're misunderstood in their pain and misunderstood in their coping. Their calls for help are misconstrued and exploited. They're diagnosed with conditions that only serve to simplify their psyche. They're immensely sexualized in a time of grief. They're objectified to a pulp, dehumanized and studied like rats. In this neglect of their emotional well-being, sexualization, and objectification, they're not just isolated from society, but shattered into a million pieces by the neighborhood they once called home. Thank you.
Before we move forward, I would like to tell the Archer students in the room that Flex is now over, so if you need to head to a class, now is the time to do so. And with that, let's welcome our final presenters, Sean Kim and Jack Musitano, presenting If We Fail in This Our Fight, We Become As Him, Without Heart or Conscience, Linguistics and Gender in Nosferatu and Dracula as Representations of Western Order.
Hi, I'm Sean Kim.
And I'm Jack Musitano. Good morning. We're juniors from Loyola High School, and firstly, we want to thank Archer for hosting this wonderful event and acknowledge all the effort and hard work that the event organizers have put into this conference.
Our present. Our presentation today will analyze Victorian society's linguistics and gender, fin de siècle fears, first through Bram Stoker's 1897 novel Dracula, which highlights the growing superstitions of the new woman archetype, the concept of reverse colonization, and the prevailing fears of a transgressive sexuality. The title of our paper is Linguistics and Gender in Nosferatu and Dracula as Representations of Western Order. Amidst England's waning imperial influence, Stoker utilized scapegoating techniques within his literature to question Eastern European assimilation into British society and the evolving gender roles that permeated Western European culture. We'll first look at how Stoker's Dracula represents the conflicts molded into an amalgamation of these fears. To analyze how the life of Bram Stoker affected Dracula, it is imperative to dissect the influence of Oscar Wilde and the impact on Victorian society. Wilde's publicized convictions on sodomy and homosexual solicitations spiraled into a wave of other homosexual convictions within the queer community, creating what author David Scull calls the Wildean taboo in his book Something in the Blood. This created a heightened cultural anxiety about male homosexuality, and the community frowned upon Wilde for the negative ramifications he caused. The original 1895 Wilde conviction caused Bram Stoker much inner conflict. Stoker was a man who already had a history of sending lovelorn letters to Walt Whitman, a known gay man, and Stoker had a passionless marriage with Florence Balcom. Hence, while Wilde scooped up notoriety through his publicized trials, Stoker was scrupulous about publicly sharing any viewpoints on homosexual behavior. Still, his literature, including his prize work Dracula, would explore themes of homoeroticism and gender. Ultimately, one can only theorize Bram Stoker was a closeted queer man, yet his use of Dracula as a way to convey his fears and frustrations over the hegemonic forces of Victorian society's heteronormative constructs are chronologically contiguous to the Wilde trials. To illustrate the homoerotic dynamic in Dracula, Jonathan Harker, an English gentleman, seeks out Dracula's castle in the Eastern European province of Transylvania. When Jonathan meets Dracula, a monstrous figure who contrasts with Jonathan's more well-mannered demeanor, he provides an animalistic description of Dracula through his soft, hairy palms and piercing red eyes. Dracula's atavistic traits fit under Italian anthropologist Cesare Lombroso's degeneration theory, which warned that this primitive mindset would tear down the pillars of traditional gender and constructs and sexuality. Jonathan's allure towards Dracula's physical abilities is made clear as he journals about how Dracula could crawl down the castle wall. But Jonathan also comments on the nauseating feelings he has from the rank of Dracula's breath. Harker's discomfort, juxtaposed with this seductive attraction, shows his attempt to rationalize Dracula's otherness persona, reflecting a wider Victorian anxiety surrounding non-heteronormativity. After Dracula sucks Mina Harker's blood, he addresses her saying, "And you are now to me flesh of my blood, my blood, kin of my kin, my bountiful winepress," for a while. Calling her a winepress is a direct reference to the association of blood and wine in the Christian sacrament of the Eucharist. Dracula uses a Christian metaphor to enforce practices that Christianity would see as sinful in both a sexual and a violent sense. The use of Christian language by a sinner represents the use of a linguistic disorder to achieve a state of sexual disorder, since Mina Harker is already married. As Dracula asserts the three female vampires how this man, Jonathan, is under his dominion, he provides a euphemism of a kiss, which more literally represents the draining of his blood and his conversion into a vampire. Jonathan's growing passive role in the presence of Dracula emphasizes dilution of his masculinity from his initial agency as a solicitor. Harker provides an example of how rigid masculinity can be swayed by a non-conforming gender model. This dynamic encapsulates fears of Victorian anxiety over sexually and foreign influence. Dracula relies on his homoerotic seduction of Jonathan, but also his interactions with female characters, including Lucy Westenra and Mina Harker, representing a more ambiguous sexual otherness that refuses to align with the heteronormative constructs of Victorian society. The seduction of female characters brings out female sexual agency and a more transgressive posture against traditional expectations of female chastity and propriety. Dracula's intensely primal sexual desires, which fit outside of traditional societal norms, brings out a visceral fear of the perverse. This foreign identity infiltrates and subsumes the strict Victorian definition of femininity, disrupting established power dynamics.
We will analyze the modern 2024 Nosferatu film by Robert Eggers and how the original commentary of Stoker has remained or evolved over a century since the original novel. The rationale for the 2024 rendition of Nosferatu goes back over a century to the original 1922 film. Through the lens of Linda Hutchins' book, A Theory of Adaptation, all art is ekphrastic and intertextual, which challenges the idea that adaptations are a lesser, derivative form of storytelling. Instead, each rendition is a genetic mutation that retains core elements but introduces new traits. Robert Eggers, the director of the 2024 rendition, researched 19th century vampire folklore and used that historical context and knowledge of the first Nosferatu film to advise his cast concerning linguistics and mythos. When Jonathan eats with Count Orlok, he cuts himself with a bread knife and draws blood, inducing an almost animal reaction from Orlok. I'm not sure how to use one.
You are married, Herr Otter. Take heed what you do.
It's nothing. There's a stark contrast between Jonathan's polished English, representative of English society's rationality and civility, and Count Orlok's animalistic groans and foreign accent. The synthesis of these two descriptions of Orlok's speech creates a broader category that is representing the disordered and othered enemy, opposing the orderly Victorian society. As Orlok assimilates and adopts a more Western accent and disposition throughout the film, he is not only able to physically infiltrate Victorian society in the film, but also able to challenge the hegemony of Western society, for linguistics function as the most significant means of cultural expression. And Dracula is this foreign figure who manipulates the phonetic and sociolinguistic markers of their social hierarchy. Ellen Hutter, a wealthy Englishwoman, embraces Count Orlok willingly, but we can see through her blank and rather uneasy facial expression and hesitance that she is still ambivalent.
I am ready. I bid you come to me.
The mix of attraction and repulsion, similarly seen in Jonathan's character, is due to the vampire archetype that is to her both alluring and horrifying. The vampire unlocks in Ellen a primitive sexuality that exploits her desires, but that she knows also goes against Victorian societal values. This transgressive femininity, further amplified in Stoker's original novel, characterizes women like Lucy Westenra in the film, who are introduced to a more primitive sexuality that redefines the existing gender roles. Hence, this transgressive sexuality, labeled as monstrous, must be condemned to restore the prevailing Victorian social attitudes toward restrained female behavior. There's a dichotomy between Ellen Hutter's sexual urges and her culturally ingrained fears of sexual disorder. Her involvement with the vampire, to the West, is a sexually disordered practice because Ellen Hutter is having a pseudo-sexual experience with the vampire while married to another man. The women in Nosferatu and Dracula experience and desire what they feel to be a natural sexuality, but also experience intense anxiety because they have been taught to fear it. Stoker's original amalgamation of Western European fears has been readapted over the past century, while creators like Robert Eggers have added complexity and layers to the vampire mythos. The underlying exploration of awakening gender roles, sexuality, and femininity are enshrined in similar characters. These characters destabilize the established linguistic and sexual norms to infiltrate Western society and spread a culture which is characterized as disordered. Thank you.
We will now begin our Q&A section. I'm going to first start with a question that all of you can answer, which is, how does literature reinforce or challenge societal gender inequality? And what role do the works you analyzed play in this dynamic? We can start with Sienna and then work our way down.
If you're comfortable.
Thanks, Allie. I love you. That's great.
Love you too.
That's just fun. God, I loved the Hunger Games growing up so much. And so when I was writing this paper, I kind of hated myself for it. Like I feel so awful, standing up here telling all of you that Katniss Everdeen is a terrible person and she's not a martyr and you shouldn't like her, because it's natural to want to gravitate towards, especially as young female readers, it's natural to want to gravitate towards someone who's kind of badass and cool like her. And so I think, kind of getting back to your question, her, again, kind of like I said in my presentation, her position as a very privileged white woman, despite the fact that she's written to be in the poorest district of Panem, the universe in which the Hunger Games takes place, and she's kind of like this peasant girl sort of energy. There's so much privilege that comes with that, and I think a lot of it is implicit. I think we don't always realize it as readers. It was something that took me a long time to understand too. I really only kind of had that reckoning when I wrote this in December, I think. And so, yeah, I think it just boils down to being critical readers. Take everything with several handfuls of salt, because you just can't really trust everything. You got to just kind of be open and mindful. Thank you.
Thank you.
when I was finishing up my talk and I was looking into reviews of the Penelopiad because I was curious. My mom was like, "Oh, you should, read what other people are thinking about it. Maybe they align with you, maybe they don't." And I looked up a New York Times review of the Penelopiad, and it was very critical. It was like, "I hate this book. It's so over the top. It's like it's so kitschy. It doesn't take itself seriously." And I was thinking to myself, like, "Oh, but isn't that the point? Like, if the book hadn't been anything but as over the top as it was, it wouldn't have gotten the attention that it did, and then it wouldn't have made any difference." So I think, and especially coming from a female writer, like, perhaps if the book has been written as a retelling of the Odyssey from a male writer, like, it totally would have gotten that attention. But for coming from a female writer, the book needed that over-the-topness to put itself out there and then create the change. Hopefully that relates to the question, but I thought that was super interesting.
Thank you. I think literature and like art in general, but specifically literature, has a really, really special ability to tell people in the future when they read books, like what specifically was going on at this certain point in time. So specifically, I'm referencing Terence Hayes' sonnets. They were written in 2016, I think, at the start of the Trump administration. And all of the sonnets really describe what it means to be Black in America with the resurgence of an administration that is not always tolerant. And I think that, like, looking at those sonnets and then realizing that, yes, this is a portrayal of traditional masculinity, but yes, it is being forced upon him because of, like, the government in place or just societal expectations, was really important for me to realize when I was analyzing it.
Hello. So Jack and I will both kind of answer this question. I'll start first by saying that specifically for Bram Stoker's Dracula, it definitely does reinforce, going back to our beginning, about how Stoker and the fears within Victorian society, whether it's gender, whether it's linguistics, they amalgamated into what Dracula is and his persona.
And the important thing is that the vampire in the novel, he represents Eastern society, and he infiltrates Western society. He comes to London, and he tries to, like, buy a house. And the whole goal of the protagonists is to stop him from doing that. And so that xenophobia, the book equates that with sexual infiltration and disordered sexuality when all of the women protagonists are victims of Dracula. And that connection between, they use disordered linguistics in the film and in the novel to represent Dracula as an animal and represent Easterners as animals. And that characterization connected with the characterization of those people as sexual predators just serves to reinforce that xenophobia that was present in 1890s Victorian England.
Thank you. Would you mind repeating the question real quick?
How does literature reinforce or challenge social gender inequality, and what role do the works you analyzed play in this dynamic?
That's a great question. So I think there's many different art forms. You have film, you have painting, but when it comes to writing, I think everyone in this room is in some form a writer, some more than others. And writing is distinct from all the other forms. It's such a gift because you can express these profound ideas that you wouldn't be able to communicate in all the other forms. So when it comes to this theme of gender, I think writing is just the perfect outlet. Literature is the perfect outlet to really move this topic forward and bring in new, fresh perspectives.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, panelists, thank you so much for your insight and time today. We will now begin our... We can take more time. Perfect. Okay, now, change of plans. I'm opening it up to the audience. If any of you have questions for all of the panelists or just one. Anyone?
Okay, I have a question for you. I forgot your name. Daniel. Okay, I'm just wondering, like, what inspired you to write about the Lisbon sisters? Because Virgin Suicides is like one of my favorite films. Like, I never read the book, but I'm just curious, like, what inspired you to write about them?
Thank you so much. Well, wait, where are you? Oh, admittedly, admittedly, we read The Virgin Suicides in class, and it was a book that, you know, I've heard about all my life, but I'd never got into reading it. And I just, every night reading it, I was just kind of swept off my feet by it, because I think the concepts like displayed in it are just so they're so relevant, they're so deep, and yeah, I loved this book so much that when it came time to write an essay about it, I struggled a lot, because I wanted to write a piece that would accurately that would accurately interpret it, that would accurately examine such a beautiful piece of work. But yeah, I'm just in the same boat as you. I think it's a wonderful story, a beautiful film too. Yeah, thank you for that question.
One more question?
My question's also for Daniel. So, as a teenage girl, I have seen a lot of, I guess, particularly in the media and social media, of romanticizing the Virgin Suicides, especially the film, and kind of like the aesthetics of it. I've seen, yeah, just a lot of romanticizing of the Lisbon sisters' lives, and I don't know if you've like seen anything like that, but like what your thoughts are on teenage girls romanticizing their lives.
Okay, that's a great question. Anyone who's seen the film knows it's a beautiful film. I think it's from a cinematography standpoint, from a color grading standpoint, it is absolutely beautiful. But that idea is also present in the book. Even though the book is not visual, I think the idea is to kind of communicate the idea that girls' lives are glorified, even in these darker aspects. I mean, I think, listen, I have two sisters, I have a mom, so I kind of have some insight there, but I know that a huge, a very prevalent idea in our world is the idea of these norms for women having to present this outward beauty, no matter how they're feeling on the inside. So to answer your question, I don't know if it's a question, but just to address your comment, I think the film does a very good job expressing society's outlook on girls. Thank you.
I just want to conclude by saying that you all were such an amazing start to this conference. We are now going to break for 10 minutes and return for our second panel.
Okay, if everyone could start taking their seats, we're going to start soon for our second panel. Yeah, I can hear it. I wouldn't. I'll invite you to come up and say, yeah. No, yeah. I'm going to say like now. Okay, thank you all so much for being here. My name is Grace Whitney. I'm a senior, and I will be your second panel moderator for today. Thank you all so much for being here. Our second panel is titled Lenses on Lit, Perspectives on Language and Self-Expression. I would now like all of our panelists to please come and take a seat up here. Thank you. We have some very incredibly exciting, very interesting panels for you all, or projects for you all to look at. I would like to now bring up our first presenter, Archer's own Rachel Chung.
Hi. I love you. I'm Rachel, and I'll be presenting my essay, Hidden in Plain Speech, How the English Language Effectively Marginalizes Women and Perpetuates Gender Inequality. Linguist and New York Times bestselling author Amanda Montell wrote Word Slut to bring to light the idea of the English language's misogynistic nature and how the application of linguistic patterns in everyday life work to subliminally exacerbate societal gender gaps. She ultimately argues that Americans' daily vernacular marginalizes women through both validation and degradation. Montell employs analogies and an exploration of linguistic evolution and etymology to reveal how language shapes the power dynamic between men and women in today's society. Linguistic patterns uphold standards that push women to sacrifice their well-being, to participate in hustle culture in order to prove their ability to thrive in a male-dominated world. Montell argues that the English language degrades women because of the constant comparison of women to animals or desserts to be consumed. Montell introduces this dehumanization of women by presenting common themes in the way women are regarded in their love lives. They are reduced to be hunted like a bird, domesticated like a kitten or a cow, or feared like a cougar. Montell reveals the dehumanizing nature of these analogies and compels readers to question how these comparisons reinforce a power imbalance. The very fact that women are seen to be hunted, domesticated, or feared, while men are often very praised for being in a relationship, shows the innate power dynamic between men and women in relationships alone. For example, when society uses the term cougar to describe a woman in a relationship with someone younger than them, the root of the issue lies in the lack of awareness when someone decides to label the woman a cougar. It may seem like a meaningless word that people like to use, when in reality it paints a false narrative for women, depicting them as predators to be feared just because they are searching for love. Montell calls this out, not simply as a fact, but as an aspect of one's everyday life that largely affects the patriarchy, where men are often praised in relationships, while women are diminished to their roles and characteristics as either predators or prey. Working to further invoke awareness in readers with analogies, Montell also examines how women are likened to desserts. While analogies to animals strip women of their humanity and agency, analogies to desserts objectify and infantilize them, presenting women as consumable objects to be controlled, admired, or discarded at one's will. She says that women are either one of two types of sexual objects, an innocent, hard-to-get peach, or a grotesque, too-easy skank. These types of analogies within language can have severe impacts on women's self-esteem. When they are given a scale of being an innocent, hard-to-get peach to a grotesque, too-easy skank, women are not given opportunities to show their true value outside of this binary. Researcher Caitlin Hines is an assistant professor and affiliate faculty at Women's, Gender, and Sexuality Studies at the University of Cincinnati. She delves into this idea further. As desserts, women can be bought and sold, eaten and elaborately decorated, admired for their outward appearance, dismissed as sinful and decadent, or simply done without. Desserts are optional, inessential, frivolous, perhaps even a waste of time. It is also important to recognize here the dynamic between the dynamic and fine line between validation and degradation. When a woman is called a bird or a tough or smart cookie, it is easy for the true subliminal meanings of these words to appear as compliments. However, the truth is that since terms used to describe women as animals or desserts came into fruition, they have been set to constantly disparage women in everyday life. The specific of the tough cookie says in itself, she is assertive and authoritative, but she's also, as she should be, warm and sweet. The idea of standards and degradation hiding behind the face of a compliment is the main reason why people don't see progress in the misogynistic nature of the English language at all. They don't think they're contributing to anything wrong. That is why, for example, catcallers may be so confident in their degrading remarks. They believe that subjecting a woman on the street to a dessert is paying her a compliment, reflecting the blatant issue of the normalized misogynistic language in our society. This mindset where people excuse themselves from being a part of the larger issue is something that needs much awareness to fix. Montel's exploration of the intersection of linguistic history and the gender power imbalance supports the idea that since the beginning of time, this world has always been a man's world, building men up and destroying a woman's value. She first talks about the common suffix "et" that is often used to describe a woman's role, such as bachelorette or suffragette. Montel points out that, "et" did not start out as a feminine suffix, but as a way to refer to something smaller or of lesser value. For example, kitchen versus kitchenette or cigar versus cigarette. The fact that many women's roles parallel the linguistic patterns of something that is described as something smaller or of lesser value show that there will always be someone who is in a higher position of power than them. Especially in reference to some of the most influential women in women's history, the suffragettes, this argument can make one see how easily society can degrade a woman's accomplishments. Katie Steinmetz is an author who studied at Columbia University and writes about politics in her weekly column on language. In one of her articles, she talks about how the term suffragette was originally coined from a male British Daily Mail reporter in January 1906, when writing an article about the Women's Social and Political Union. He explicitly used the word suffragette to mock those fighting for a women's right to vote. To add on, when looking deeper into words with the suffix "et," in words that are used to describe one's identity, it is clear that these terms are the female derivation of a man's role. For example, terms like bachelor versus bachelorette, jockey versus jockette, or dude versus dudette display this power dynamic, that attaching the suffix to the end of this inherently male adjective will make it a female trait. We know from this that misogyny within the English language is embedded in history. This ultimately leads to the idea that women will always be incapable and weak, especially when they are compared to a man. An aspect of the English language that works against the well-being of women in American society is the idea of men as an invisible standard, especially within the workplace. Oftentimes, when one thinks of a doctor, lawyer, or any job where someone will have the utmost amount of power, people usually envision these roles filled by men. Some of these jobs even have the word man inherently written in them, such as fireman, chairman, or businessman. So, when a woman is in one of these jobs that is inherently male, she is seen as inferior and somehow a completely different entity than the man who has the same job. The sentiment is reflected when society specifies these terms to female doctor or woman scientist, implying that such positions are inherently male, while models, nurses, and prostitutes are all default female. The language surrounding careers reinforces men as the default, making women feel out of place in their jobs and therefore invalidated in their quality of work, simply because they are a woman. When women are only held as the standards for models, nurses, and prostitutes, they are told that they can only be pretty, assistants, and successful for their bodies. Moreover, these gender biases can lead to fewer opportunities for women, creating a perpetuating cycle where men dominate higher-powered roles. This is detrimental to their mindsets and well-being because they are told they can't amount to anything more than a man in the same position can. Women seek external validation in response to society's ostracization of women in the workplace by participating in hustle culture to prove their capability to thrive as much as a man can. Hustle culture is a push to work harder to get ahead by any means necessary, often at the expense of self-care and the employee's mental and physical health. Felix Danbold, an assistant professor at University College London School of Management, says that women are non-prototypical in leadership roles, meaning that hiring managers probably have a harder time imagining them succeeding. In response to this pattern, women tend to overwork themselves to prove their capability, ultimately falling into the endless cycle of hustle culture. To do this, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, women usually take on full-time jobs as well as 22% more unpaid household and childcare labor than their full-time male counterparts. These efforts can go unappreciated because on paper, men seem more well-equipped for a job since they have fewer responsibilities than women do. This hustle culture causes burnout and negatively impacts women's mental health because they are constantly striving to reach a bar that society has created for only men to achieve. In Word Slut, Amanda Montell calls to attention the innate sexism that is present in the everyday language. She uses tactics such as analogies, linguistic etymology, and comparison to show how women are often placed in societal positions to be looked down upon. These women want to be able to prove their worth by overworking themselves, which therefore diminishes their mental and physical well-being. By unveiling the hidden biases that are woven into our everyday language, Montell not only exposes the deeply ingrained inequalities that perpetuate societal gender disparities, but she also empowers readers to recognize their roles in challenging these norms and fostering a more equitable society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. I would like to now bring up our next presenter, Redmond Sclaver from Loyola.
Hello, my name is Redmond Sclaver. I'm from Loyola High School. First, let me thank Archer for hosting. I'm just so grateful for this opportunity to present to everyone here today. I think the story of Call Me By Your Name is universal. Two people find each other, but for some reason, it doesn't work out. Only this time, in reversing the narrative, the two leads are gay. While other romances go from a talking stage to dating, Call Me By Your Name has a step before the talking stage. The two leads must communicate to each other that they are gay without telling each other that they are gay. In this stage is where Call Me By Your Name thrives, showing the constant paradox and hardship in queer love. At one point in Call Me By Your Name, before Elio, played by Timothée Chalamet, and Oliver, played by Armie Hammer, confess their love for each other, Elio's mom, Anella, reads Elio a passage from the Heptameron, a collection of 72 short stories published in the mid-16th century. Anella reads the 10th story about a knight who is deeply in love with a princess who also loves him, yet he cannot bring himself to talk to the princess because of how in love with her he is. Still unable to confess his love, the knight finally asks the princess, "Is it better for a man to speak or die?" While the princess tells the knight to speak, Elio interrupts the reading by saying, "I would never have the courage to ask a question like that." So, in the choice between speech, confirming love, or metaphorical death remaining silent, Elio gives us his philosophical view. It is always better to die than speak. And Elio sticks to his principles. The film ends with Elio speechless, watching a fireplace as the credits roll. He dies. My presentation poses this question. What unique to the queer experience leads Elio to a loss for words? Are we all destined for linguistic death? In answering this question, I look to the first piece of spoken language in the movie. As Oliver drives up to Elio's house, we hear Elio say one thing: the usurper. As Elio exists uncomfortably in his sexuality, Oliver's place in relation to Elio is inherently threatening to Elio's front of heterosexuality. Oliver takes down and overcomes Elio's barrier, usurps his identity. As Oliver comes to stay with Elio's family to work on his book about Heraclitus, a Greek philosopher, we can see Oliver as emblematic of many of Heraclitus's ideas, mainly the concept of flux. Heraclitus is known for saying everything flows. Everything flows means the one truth in life is that life is constantly changing. With Elio being against change, he exists against truth itself, further confirming his failure in his sexuality as compared to general society. Continuing with linguistics, we have the apricot etymology scene, in which Oliver and Perlman, Elio's dad, debate the origins of the word apricot. In this debate, Oliver examines how the languages Greek and Latin exist in reference to each other. In understanding Elio as a stand-in for Latin, as his name originates from Latin, and Oliver as Greek, we continue the narrative of Oliver taking over Elio. Here especially, highlighting how Elio can be seen as precocious or premature compared to the older, more sexually advanced Oliver. We can also see the meanings of the names Elio and Oliver as analogous to the roles in their relationship, while with Oliver handing Elio an olive branch in sanctifying their relationship. The word later becomes significant in this movie as an analogy of Oliver and Elio's relationship. Throughout the first hour of the film, Oliver and Elio slowly move through cycles of hate, love, and indifference, all of which end with this concept of later, a simple, further prolonging of eventual destiny. In the scene where Elio confesses his love to Oliver, Elio never says he's gay, but instead says, "I know nothing." As seen through Eve Sedgwick's book, The Epistemology of the Closet, to be knowledgeable is to understand sex. So in a heteronormative world in which you can never learn of sex your way, you cannot know anything. In their first time making love, Oliver tells Elio, "Call me by your name and I'll call you by mine." In telling Elio to exist as Oliver, Oliver is participating in masturbation instead of mutual sex, a problem inherent in the gay understanding of relationships as seen through history. In the lyrics of Mystery of Love, a song written for the film, we see the similarities between Elio and Oliver's relationship and the queer historical relationship of Alexander the Great and Hephaestion. Famously, when the Queen of Persia confused Hephaestion for Alexander, Alexander confirmed the queen's mistake by saying, "This man too is Alexander." Oliver's justification of his relationship with Elio is a product of the gay experience, regardless of external factors. And, similar to Elio's tragic ending, after Hephaestion died, Alexander felt inconsolable, dying shortly after. In another sexually graphic scene, Elio has a sexual exchange with a peach, leaving the peach next to him for Oliver to find and try to eat. The peach comes to represent what is wrong with Elio. Elio calls his actions sick and finds the situation embarrassing. Oliver still takes what was once Elio's and makes use of it, clearing Elio of sin and further ratifying their codependence. After Oliver leaves Elio to go back to America, Elio has a conversation with his father, Perlman, in which Perlman admits to wanting a homosexual relationship, yet never having one due to societal expectations. As the movie is set in Catholic Italy, 1983, homosexuality at the time was considered non-viable. Perlman's fears are only further confirmed through his Judaism, the scars of the Holocaust still following Elio and his family living in a country only 40 years removed from fascism. 6 months after their summer love, Oliver calls Elio to confess that he's engaged to a woman. Just like that, Elio and Oliver's relationship is officially over. This means Elio can never live as a gay man. Their conversation ends with Oliver saying, "I remember everything." An attempt to affirm their love for each other was real. Then, Elio moves to sit in front of a fireplace as Visions of Gideon, another song written for Call Me By Your Name, plays. Gideon being the Jewish military prophet from the book of Judges. Through the lyrics of Is It a Video and Visions of Gideon, this song is dissecting Oliver and Elio's relationship in reference to the past. Did it ever physically exist, or only conceptually in our minds? And now we are back to where we started, with Elio dying. In understanding moments of Oliver and Elio's relationship as choices between speech or death, each choice falls into one of three categories: a plot-specific choice, a culturally specific choice, or a universal choice. A plot-specific choice comes from the details only present in Elio and Oliver's relationship. While Oliver chooses speech over death in eating Elio's peach, this moment only exists in their relationship. A culturally specific choice explains part of the queer experience inherent to heteronormative society. Perlman's inability to have a gay relationship is due to societal pressures common from outside influence, but not inherent in the gay experience. Now, the third category is where Call Me By Your Name mirrors the gay experience. The phrase, "call me by your name," as confirmed by history, explains confusion between the self and the other inherent in homosexual relationships. Finally, the gay experience exists through a series of laters, an existence in which speech is constantly delayed until finally we all die metaphorically in a state of psychologically imposed silence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Redmond. Our next presenter is Lucy Rowe from Buckley.
Hello, my name is Lucy Rowe, and I am a senior at the Buckley School, and I'll be presenting a project that I titled Perfection versus, can I use this? Yes. Perfection versus the process. So last semester, I took a class in science fiction literature. I took the class not because of any interest in the topic. I've honestly fallen asleep every time I've tried to watch Star Wars, but because the teacher had supported me through a great deal of good and bad writing, and I was willing to sit through the entire movie of 2001: A Space Odyssey to keep working with him. In that class, we read The Left Hand of Darkness by Ursula Le Guin and studied The Alien Languages from Story of Your Life by Ted Chiang. We were asked to write an essay about our own experiences and relationship with language. I was born in Australia and I grew up in Singapore and have now been living in Los Angeles for almost 3 years, so my experience with language is not an easy one to write an essay about. It was too difficult to capture the nuances and changes I've experienced over the years. So after a bout of really debilitating writer's block, I talked to my teacher about the assignment and he gave me this scroll. I was really confused, but I thought about what one of my favorite authors, Anne Lamott, wrote about in a book called Almost Everything: Notes on Hope. She wrote that there is almost nothing outside you that will help in any kind of lasting way unless you are waiting for a donor organ. You can't buy, achieve, or date serenity. Peace of mind is an inside job, unrelated to fame, fortune, or whether your partner loves you. Horribly, what this means is it is also an inside job for the few people you love most desperately in the world. We cannot arrange lasting safety or happiness for our most beloved people. They have to find their own ways and their own answers. I realized I couldn't buy or achieve faith and confidence in my own writing. I couldn't arrange lasting safety. Hold on, I'm holding so many things. I couldn't arrange lasting safety against writer's block. I had to find my own way around it and my own answers. I remember looking at a photo of myself at 3 years old on my wall and thinking about how different her relationship was to language than mine is today. That thought inspired me to begin my scroll. I began each section of the scroll with the same title. What is language and what are yours? I chose 7 points in my life that I believed had significantly differing answers to this question. The first was when this is where it gets tricky. The first was when I was 3 years old. I wrote the few scales and little songs that I first learned on piano. When I was 3 years old, I could read sheet music, but not English, so that was my perception of what language was. I then found photos of shopping lists. Can I get you to click it? That's gonna really help. Okay. Thank you so much. I then found photos of shopping lists and stories I wrote at 4 years old and mimicked my own handwriting as best I could. In answering the same question, I wrote, language is how we talk to each other and tell stories. I speak English, and in year 3, I will start learning French. I want to learn lots of languages. I tried to match not just what I would have said at that age, but how I would have written it with really bad handwriting and giant commas. I was trying to validate my own writing process for myself by fully visualizing how far my writing has come, both physically and in content. I then chose the year I'd started learning foreign languages in school, in 3rd grade. I wrote, my languages are English, French, and Chinese. I'm not very good at any of them. My French teacher is mean, and Chinese is really hard. I tried to match not just what I would have said at that age. In English, I try to write stories and stuff, but I'm not that good at it, and my characters never seem that real. I hope that one day I'll be better at all the languages, but for now, I'm more of a sciencey girl. In this section, I tried to honor the things my 3rd and 4th grade teachers would always correct or complain about in my writing. The run-on sentences, the phrase and stuff, the letters that I left out of words, and the sentences I would always scratch out. This section, 3rd grade, was an essential point in my writing journey. I spent all my time in the library at school and at home reading, but I never felt confident in my written work. A subtle change in the 6th grade section captures this idea. In 6th grade, I just moved from Singapore to Australia, and between the previous section and this section was 4th grade, when in Australia, you get your pen license. You go through a series of writing exercises and qualifications to get your pen license, and so then you can use a pen on your schoolwork in class instead of a pencil. So you can imagine in 4th grade, that was like the coolest thing you could do. It was a popularity boost. It was showing that you're smart and mature and intelligent. It was the best thing you could do. And though in reading the scroll, it's a very subtle change that is probably not noticed or understood until I explain it at the end, I think it's really truly symbolic of the scroll as a whole. It really felt like my version of a pen license. It was me trying to qualify myself as a good writer and tell myself that my writing and my process is worth my own time and paper. In the 6th grade section, I wrote, my languages are English and French. I quit French after year 3 and was just doing Chinese, but it was so hard. So at my new school in Singapore, I wanted to start French again because it's not so hard. In Singapore, there are lots of languages. Most Singaporeans speak Chinese, Pinoy, Malay, or Hindi, and everyone speaks English, but they speak Singlish, which is like a mix of Chinese and Malay and Pinoy and Hindi, and has a specific accent, and there are some words that are like special to Singapore and also maybe China and Malaysia. For example, when someone asks you to do something, you say can or cannot. So you can tell that my biggest issue in writing in 6th grade was run-on sentences. I think my teacher said that in every one of my essays, no matter how good my ideas were. This section truly, it went on and imperfectly, but the point of it wasn't to write perfectly, but to write truthfully. And I truthfully was not a perfect writer in 6th grade or at 11 years old. The next section was written, Thank you. I'm sorry. The next section was written in the neater cursive I had in my sophomore year. This was the year I'd moved to Los Angeles, and I was really struggling to adapt. I wrote, I think accents are inherently tied into language, and my parents have been saying lately how much my accent has gone back to Australian since we moved here. You'd think living in LA would make my accent more American, but I guess it's returning to my roots or something. In this section, I wrote about how much more I enjoyed my French classes because they were so much easier than in Singapore. I wrote about how my ideas were often too out there or radical for my honors English 2 classes, like my Frankenstein essay about postpartum psychosis. That was a good one. I wrote that I've always been good at writing arguments, but arguing with myself for my words' own validity is much harder. It wasn't until later in my junior year that I began to believe in my own writing. I was in an experimental literature class, and I truly found my own voice and value within form-bending literature. This is the section I spoke about at Archer last year. There's me, longer hair. I pieced together for the section what I'd written in my then narrative about language. I wrote that this writing and what I'm writing and everything else ever written is only words on a page. I don't think the genres actually matter, as the words don't change depending on how I connect them. I asked, if words are a reflection of people, how do we connect and communicate our separate lives and losses through them? I wrote this section in blue pen, which was my favorite to write with at the time, and I also signed it with my full name. One of my English teachers says he knows when I'm proud of something I've written because I write my first, middle, and last name. And when it's just my first and last, I'm trying to, quote, detach myself from it because I don't like it as much. This project came to me after a section of my life with a lot of difficulty with writing. I was so focused on trying to write perfectly and flawlessly the first time. I was trying to live up to the writing that had come so easily to me a year before. I would sit at my laptop and rewrite the same sentence over and over and over with the thought that if my first attempt at a sentence or a story or a paragraph wasn't perfect, it was all doomed to fail. I was prescribed this assignment by my teacher because I literally wouldn't be able to go back and edit and rewrite or change what I'd already written. So once it was gone on the scroll, I couldn't go back and change it. I created this scroll as a manifestation of my time as a writer this far. I created it to explain to myself more than anyone that the first word of a story or a sentence or a paragraph isn't the first or the first word or the start of it at all, and that all that we create is a manifestation of all that we have done. In my art history class, my teacher always says, art is in conversation with itself. My work on and outside of the scroll, my thoughts, and my writing all comes down to everything I've written since the kindergarten version of myself learned to trace the ABCs. Great writing doesn't have to be how we learn to phrase sentences in kindergarten or reflections in 5th grade or essays in 7th grade. Great writing doesn't have to be on an A4 piece of paper or a Google document. It doesn't even have to tell the whole story because so often our whole story is so far from over. The end of the scroll speaks to this, if I can get there. Hold on. There we go. I'm leaving the rest of space for the rest of my language, and as I grow, it grows within me. I feel that as long as I'm living, I must keep my languages and stories alive. My languages are starting to make sense, and I left space here, honoring the story that is yet to come. The story of my language is far from over. October 22nd, Lucy Kasani Rowe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Now for our final presenters, Ryan Damasco, Declan Meyer, and Eli Sabak, all from Loyola. Oh, there was another one. I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ryan Damasco.
I'm Declan Meyer.
I'm Eli Subak.
And we are juniors from Loyola High School. We once again would like to extend our thanks to Archer for giving us this opportunity to present here today and those working behind the scenes to pull this conference off. So to begin, we'd like to start by playing a quick 30-second video clip.
Count how many times the players wearing white pass the basketball. How many passes did you count? The correct answer is 15 passes. But did you see the gorilla?
Yeah, so in this presentation, we will explore the role of strategic ambiguity and mental priming in creating Trump's dynamic persona and broad populist appeal. In the same way, the prompt of the selective attention test precludes perception of the gorilla. Voters' innate political assumptions prime their minds to ignore parts of Trump's political identity that contradict their assumptions.
So according to Chabris and Simons, people are primed to see patterns that fit their established expectations. Specifically, in the selective attention test, viewers are directed to count the passes, establishing rigid rigid expectations that blind them from seeing the gorilla. Chabris and Simon's book, The Invisible Gorilla, extrapolates this phenomenon to various areas of life, arguing that everything, including political leanings, is affected by selective perception. So the root mechanism for selective perception is confirmation bias. In short, only so much information can be admitted into the mind, necessitating the rejection of certain stimuli and resulting in the selective blindness described in the work of Chabris and Simons. Because conflicting information results in cognitive dissonance, which induces a discomfort response, the mind rejects stimuli that falls outside of its established patterns, setting parameters of perception that prevent the contradiction of internalized values and beliefs.
Political figures like Trump induce selective perception through complex, disorienting, and often contradictory rhetoric and semiotics. In the same way, the mind isn't able to perceive the entirety of a 3D object, but only certain faces of it, voters aren't able to understand the totality of political figures and can thus only internalize certain facets of them. As the complexity of the figure increases, the gap between the perceived and the actual widens, allowing for a greater array of possible mental representations. Because Trump is too complex to fully internalize, the mind must sort through his complexity and construct a single conception of his political identity, creating a simpler yet incomplete image of Trump that diverges from his actual person. Trump's complexity enables this unique representation as a character, appealing to a vast array of voter preferences, allowing for broad populist appeal. Trump as a political entity thus becomes malleable in his complexity, taking the shape of an ideal candidate based on the selective perception of his populist base. The advent and proliferation of social media has opened up a novel avenue for Trump's complex signification. Trump has leveraged X tweets, Truth Social posts, and podcast appearances to inundate the minds of voters with narratives specially tailored to specific bases. For example, the rhetoric of Trump's Truth Social post is markedly more radical than that of his speeches. Because voters who would ordinarily take offense to such radicalism subconsciously reject Truth Social as a valid mode of political expression and refuse to participate with the platform, Trump's internet extremism is contained in an environment that maximizes its benefit and minimizes its harm.
Trump's speeches weave together a myriad of unconnected points, fleshing out various sides of his identity that voters selectively internalize according to their conception of the ideal candidate. In his 2024 Asheville Economic Address, Trump weaves together actual economic policy, namely energy independence and a rollback of federal environmental oversight, with digressions into the Hunter Biden laptop controversy and migrant crime. These disconnected signifiers build appeal in voter bases concerned with issues of government corruption, law, and order, but are sufficiently concealed within Trump's rhetoric so as to be easily filtered out by voters who might hold contrary political opinions or take offense at what critics might deem baseless conjecture and thinly veiled xenophobia. This filtering extends more broadly in the political scene for fiscal conservatives as voters internalize Trump's tax cuts, deregulation, and appointment of laissez-faire cabinet members while they can subconsciously reject his tariffs and protectionism. For Christian conservatives, Trump's rhetoric elevates him to a quasi-messianic status. For instance, Trump presents himself as a defense against social progressivism. He fights against transgenderism, remarking that Kamala is for they, them, Trump is for you, aligning his presidency with traditional values. His statement, and I quote, "They want to tear down crosses where they can and cover them up with social justice flags. But no one will be touching the cross of Christ under the Trump administration, I swear to you," further cements his role as a cultural warrior protecting religious tradition. However, Trump removed language that defines marriage as between one man and one woman and is the foundation for a free society from the GOP platform. Wavering on abortion, Trump has not only shifted the issue to the state level, but publicly opposed restrictions in his home state of Florida.
Trump leverages a myriad of symbols to construct disparate narratives that coalesce into a broadly popular unified political brand. Displays of wealth present him as a savvy businessman. Religious symbols construct him as a quasi-messianic figure across various religious traditions, and his assertive posturing on both the global and domestic stage plays neatly into his gangster persona, which allows him to embody a seminal American archetype: the outlaw, the rebel, the antihero. The wall is perhaps one of the most striking visual signifiers of Trump's campaign. A recurring motif in his speeches, the wall has come to signify much more than security on the southern border. The wall allows for the construction of Trump as a broadly salvific figure, guarding the American people not merely from the threat of unchecked immigration, but also cultural forces that seek to upend dominant systems of order. MAGA likewise becomes a floating signifier. Greatness is an inherently ambiguous concept, allowing the voter to project his or her own meaning onto the iconic slogan, and by extension, Trump's political campaign.
So in the cultural context of Judaism, signifiers like Trump's recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital constitute the fulfillment of messianic prophecy, allowing for the subconscious construction of Trump as the Jewish Messiah. Even if the answer to, is it Mashiach's time, is no, as Rabbi Ben Horowitz concludes, the fact that such a question can be reasonably posed evidences Trump's subconscious construction as a messianic figure, even if his role as such is logically rejected. Politically, this construction manifests in overwhelming support for Trump amongst Orthodox Jews, 74% of whom voted for Trump in 2024.
Conclusion. Ultimately, Trump functions as the archetypal logos practitioner, harnessing the full range of linguistic expression. In the words of David G. Bonagura, logos guarantees the intelligibility of the world, the intelligibility of our existence, the aptitude of reason to know. The world comes from reason, and this reason is a person. This person is Trump, whose unique brand of rhetoric maximizes interpretive potential and harnesses selective perception to construct him as the ideal candidate, or Messiah. Trump is the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Thank you.
Is there another slide I can go to? Can I just leave it here? Great. Yeah. Thank you all so much. If I could get a hand for all of our presenters. We are now going to start with our Q&A portion, which I will kick off with the question, can you all please talk a little bit about what the process was of creating this project and how it maybe changed over time? We can start with Rachel.
Hello. Okay. I think that going into my advanced study happiness class, I don't know if Miss Deming is here, but she was my teacher. I knew that I wanted to study something in feminist literature. So when we were presented with the opportunity, I guess, to read virtually any book and relate it to happiness and well-being, I chose this one. I was introduced to it in 10th grade, and I've been wanting to read it ever since then. And I think within the process of writing this essay, it started with just a personal interest in something that I myself was eager to learn about, and then it kind of slowly morphed into something that I really wanted to share with whoever I could. So, I mean, like at lunch, I would be talking to my friends, like, did you know this about this? And I'd be like nagging my parents about whatever I learned in the book. So, yeah, I think this project kind of turned into something that I wanted to share with people and educate people on, and yeah.
So the first time I saw Call Me By Your Name, I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was really boring. I think it's easy to view, it's on Max if any of you guys wanna watch it, I'd highly recommend. But I think it's very easy to view a lot of it as slow and drawn out, and you're kind of like, can we just get to it already? But I think that's also where a lot of like the analysis and joy can come from, and like diving into like the whole thought process behind it. And then I'd say originally when coming up with it, I kind of had a set vision in my mind of what this is telling us is inherently tragic. where the gay experience in and of itself is inherently tragic. But I think through diving in deeper to the book and the movie, I find that it's more complex, where yes, Elio does choose death at the end, but there is possibility for more than that.
Thank you. Well, I talked a lot about my process, but I wrote this in production, like tech and production week of my senior musical, which if anyone's ever been in a musical and you've been in tech and production week, it's no sleep, rehearsals, dancing, a lot of coffee. So maybe I was going a little bit cray-cray, but I think that's part of it. I think I was talking to my art history teacher about this again a few days ago, and we'd been talking about the tortured genius, and I kind of felt like I was I'm not calling myself a genius, but I kind of felt like that idea of like you have this like burst of wisdom from something that's kind of outside of you. I really felt like that came through in here, and also just like because I was really trying to for myself, like almost tell myself, okay, your writing is worth your time and your writing is worth other people hearing it, which is something that I really like. I wouldn't let anyone read my writing except for this one teacher. So I was writing this and I'm kind of hold on. I had a point. I'm getting there. But just like the process of writing it was more about not even what was being written, but just writing it as for writing it, almost like writing for the sake of writing, art for the sake of art. But yeah, that was kind of it.
Yeah, first of all, great question, Grace. So to talk about this, so throughout our AP English journey this year, our beloved teacher, Mr. Marsh, really emphasized that language is conscious formation. So as we progress through the year, beginning with concepts or the works of Alan Moore and his theories on shamanism, to now learning about Foucault, who stresses the importance of linguistic categorization in shaping societal order, we really sought to apply these concepts and theories to a topical subject. And given the recent presidential election, all eyes, including ours, were turned to Trump and his successful use of rhetoric during his 2024 presidential campaign. So, yeah.
Thank you all so much. We are now, do we have time to open it up for, yeah, okay. So we're now gonna open it up for audience questions. So if anyone has any, thank you. Here you go, Lucy.
Hi, I'm Lucy. Thank you all for presenting. That was absolutely an amazing panel. And I have a question for Redmond. Hi. I was wondering, you were talking about the kind of drawn out like nature of the narrative, and in anticipation of this like linguistic death, how do you think that replacing verbal language with like body language, especially in queer relationships, like affects the nature of the queer relationship and queer love?
I love that question. I think that's really interesting. So kind of coming back to the Loyola point of our teacher really emphasizes this idea of language as consciousness, but then there kind of comes this pushback of, well, what about emotion? Like if I break a stick in half because I'm angry, but if I don't say anything, isn't that still my consciousness in action? And I think that's definitely true to an extent. And like in queer relationships, how a lot of the times like words might not necessarily like work perfectly. Like there's this whole like theory about the gay Tumblr problem, which is that when it comes to talking about a scene and there's two like gay male lovers, it can become really hard in tracking who's who if you just have the pronoun he, where you can't use the pronouns he and she. So while I do like, I understand, and I think it is true that like there is so much emotional and like physical language that also happens in queer relationships, I feel like it does kind of dwarf into comparison to like how like strong and how big words can be, especially when they're not exactly used, right? Like how there's difference in how a word is usually used versus how it's actually used, and how that actually adds meaning, I think is really interesting. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
I have a question for Rachel. You were doing it on Word Slut, right? Yeah.
I'm not going crazy. Great. I was wondering how reading the book changed, like if it did at all, change your writing style or the way you speak, if it had any effect on like how you wrote and what language you used, or if it was just something that you read that was really interesting and you wanted to write a essay about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, so when I started reading it, I kind of became more aware of the way I was speaking and the way I was, I guess, generalizing roles. Like I was talking about in specific jobs, you think of a male. Like I'm guilty of that, and I'm guilty of calling people like tough cookie or smart cookie or things like that. So I think that just reading that and through the process of researching and writing this essay, I was able to become more aware of my biases. And I also really appreciate the fact that I was kind of able to educate other people on that too. I think that, like I said, awareness, I think, is the first step to kind of breaking down this bias that we have in our language that we may not even notice. And yeah.
Okay, do we have any other questions? We have time. Hi.
This question is for Redmond. First off, amazing presentation. Just a question on the epistemology of the closet metaphor. Do you see it either strengthening or weakening heteronormativity within society?
So specifically the idea of like knowledge as sex, right? And the connection between those.
Yes.
I think because just to reiterate what happened is there's this quote by Eve Sedgwick about how in a lot of society we appropriate or we understand knowledge through your like sexual knowledge, and how like maturity while you're also getting smarter is when you're like growing sexually. And so I think what that means is once we like associate these two things, and in a society where of course we can all hope to live in a better society, but where it is assumed to be heterosexual, that automatically alienates people in margins. So yeah, I would say like that definitely adds to like a promotion and like creating heterosexuality to be like this concrete example of what it means to have sex.
Thank you.
I think we have time for some more. So does anyone else have any questions?
This question is for the Declan, Eli, and Ryan's group. You talk a lot about the how confirmation bias can shape how we perceive a person. Do you think that this like phenomenon in cases like Trump and others increase like political polarization, and how would you say they do that?
Great question, Anthony. So I think, in the 21st century, we have so much information, right? And you have to sort through it. And the mind, is only able to process so much of it. And that which it does, it is inherently, when you're provided with this abundance of information, aligns with confirmation bias. So, if the prompt of the video for, did you see the gorilla, that, test was, what color is the wall, there wouldn't be enough information to, blind the mind to, the gorilla, right? You would still notice that because it's not, stimulating enough. You don't have enough to, focus the mind solely on a different task. So I think, social media allows for people to have all of this information. It allows, with algorithms to sort of form their own conception, their own truth. And, that really leads to, political polarization because you become so committed to one side and you internalize, reality according to that commitment. So, pretty much prevents perception of the other side at a certain point.
Thank you.
Okay, we have time for one more. You were raising your hand earlier, sorry.
I have a question for Lucy, I think is your name. Cool. So I would love to know more about, so I know how you mentioned like run-on sentences were something that was being criticized, but also one of the messages that I liked was the prioritization of like the message behind words rather than their order or like specific choice between synonyms or whatever. So I would love to know if there were any like more specific limitations that you feel were caused maybe by pressure to have like more definitive vocabulary or sentence structure, like adhere to grammatical rules, and if that ever maybe got in the way of like expressing yourself in the way that you wanted to specifically?
Thank you. So it's really funny to me that you ask this because when I spoke at Archer last year, I spoke about experimental literature, and part of what I presented was a dictionary that I'd written of 21 words from my life that I defined like as they were in my life. And that was something that I was really battling with because I had done all of this writing in my junior year and I was so proud of it. And it was like I'd come to Archer and, then I went back to school and I had people coming up to me and teachers being like, oh my gosh, I watched your presentation. It was so good. And I like felt really recognized. And then I came back for senior year and I was in this class that was really hard and I wasn't writing as good because it wasn't like it didn't come as naturally to me. And so it's really like, I love this question because you're asking about like, sentence structure and the words and the limitations. And it's like, to me, over the past year, my writing went from, I was writing experimentally, so really without limits. Like I wrote a dictionary, I wrote all of these really like non-typical formed writing. And then going back to writing typical like essays and stories in a science fiction literature class was a lot harder. And so I think what I loved about this project is that technically, like on a technical level, it's written formally as an essay because it's, it's organized in sentences and it's organized like kind of linearly. But I loved that, like just kind of the theory of it, that it like is always like circling around and it always comes back to itself in that kind of motif, in the sense that like no matter how hard I find writing at a certain moment, I'll always come back to it. And then also just the idea of like, when I was writing this, at one point I had it taped to my ceiling and it was going around my room because it's really long when it's like fully unscraveled. So the idea of that when I was writing it just kind of reminded me of like, words mean what they do and you have the freedom to do with them what you want to. It's just a matter of like doing it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I just love that. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Such an interesting panel. We are now going to take a 10-minute break before our next panel. Thank you all so much for being here, and thank you again to our presenters.
That was really interesting. Thanks. Because for the client, we did a queer theory guidance project, and when we looked at the epistemology of the closet, and we looked at like Yale Rubin and all these queer theorists.
Oh,
so
okay, so cool. Yeah, I think I spent 90 minutes because I was like, there has to be a quote somewhere about like, I ended up looking at ChatGPT and then I was like just scrolling through this whole like article about like, I need this one quote, and then I found it.
The Eve Cedric thing, or the... What I find really interesting though about it is this.
That was
yeah.
You're a good speaker. Thanks. I'm so scared about being too close.
That was so cool. Oh my, everyone around me was like laughing. I don't know if you could hear it, but everyone loved it.
It's really good.
I loved it.
Yeah, his presentation. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maya, and I'll be moderating the panel Framing the Page, Literature's Intersection with the Arts. And I'd like to invite the panelists to come take a seat. Okay, and our first panelist is Juliana Hatton.
Hello, my name is Juliana Hatton. I'm a senior here at Archer, and today we are going to leap from page to stage. The ballet repertoire is derived from the fairy tale genre. It features fantastical stories with a basis in realistic moral lessons. However, due to the wordless nature of classical ballets, the tools used to convey the plot and the purpose of telling the story diverge from those of traditional fairy tales. The inventive minds who adapt written text into multiple-hour stage productions utilize both the literal and symbolic nature of visual effects to portray the fairy tale's foundational story. Once upon a time. These 4 words are immediately recognizable as the telltale beginning of every imaginative story. This enticing opening statement is typically followed by pages of text devoured silently by curious children, or an elaborate performance at bedtime by exhausted adults. Classical ballets achieve a similar goal of communicating a complex narrative, even in their seemingly restrictive, wordless nature. Perhaps the most illustrious, prominent ballet in the classical repertoire, Tchaikovsky's The Sleeping Beauty, is excellently received by ballet critics and casual spectators alike. The audience's general familiarity with the themes and storylines of the popular fairy tale written by Charles Perrault provides an initial foundation for the ballet performance. Then, specific choices in the choreography, musical score, costume design, and set staging all additionally contribute to the audience's understanding and emotional connection to the complexities and nuances of the story. Today, I will primarily speak to the intentional stagecraft tools utilized in the first scene. In the Sleeping Beauty's prologue, the extreme immediate changes in music and lighting, the contrasting costumes and set details between the characters, and the general, I think it went on too far. There we go. As the first scene in the ballet, the prologue lays the foundation for Aurora's life, beginning with the celebration of her christening and the entrance and performance of 6 fairies, each offering her special gift to the infant princess, when suddenly the wicked fairy Caraboss interrupts the ceremony and delivers a curse upon the princess. The lilac fairy intervenes, promising that the princess will only sleep until awakened by the kiss of a prince. This plot mirrors that of Perrault's intro, which depicts a deep dichotomy between the effervescent, generous fairies and the aged, witch-like evil fairy. In the ballet, the character's opposing nature is heightened with the help of additional theatrical choices. First, the musical motif for Caraboss in the ballet is unique from the rest of the score and parallels her character descriptions in Perrault's text. Caraboss's themes draw upon a long tradition of utilizing lower-sounding instruments to denote the villain, exemplified here by shrieking, bursting trombones and tubas and a forte fortissimo, and the consistent murmur of the bows across the lower strings of the cellos and the basses. When the other fairies dance, the music is soft and high, so the deep booming sounds when Caraboss enters immediately portray her as a fairy with immoral intentions. The lighting effects demonstrate a similar approach to emphasizing the contrasting nature of the good fairies and Caraboss. When the evil Caraboss storms in, the lighting immediately changes to a dark, moody black and blue color, accented by flashes of lightning. After Caraboss's evil curse is placed on the sleeping baby Aurora and Lilac Fairy enters to fix the overwhelming problem, her movements around the dimly lit stage are highlighted by a spotlight. This stark change in the overall visual of the stage symbolizes the antithetical personality of the characters. Caraboss's immoral deeds must be cloaked in the secrecy that shadows provide, while the fairies are morally righteous and embody the light, the visual emblem of hope that illuminates their dancing. The costume choices also work to further communicate to the audience the difference between the good fairies and the evil Caraboss. The fairies are dressed in light, vibrantly colored platter tutus, pink tights, and traditional point shoes, while Caraboss dons a long black cape, crooked cane, floor-length dress covering her legs, and black ballet slippers. Upon first glance, the audience understands the ethereal quality of the fairies. Their horizontally suspended pancake tutus signify their heavenly gifts, blessings of joy, happiness, and prosperity. Conversely, Caraboss's outfit effectively communicates her evil, creature-like qualities and hidden secrets. The loose, fully covered nature of her costume functions as an illusion that allows her to seem extremely large and powerful in comparison to the dainty fairies. As with the costumes, the prologue's backdrop and props mirror the inherently opposing nature of the good and evil forces. The moment the curtain rises, the huge columns, gold thrones, and rich curtains immediately convey the ruling family's wealth and power, harshly contrasted to the ominous appearance of Caraboss and her coach, surrounded by dark skies with flashes of stormy lightning. Finally, the choreographic choices add to the already established relationship between these characters. The Lilac Fairy's gliding bourrées and suspended turns, the Fairy of Abundance's dainty hops on point, and the Fairy of Energy's brisk and sparkling choreography paint them as the picturesque image of a fairy, handing out blessings as they flit around the stage on the tips of their toes. In contrast, Caraboss's hunched shoulders, slow, heavy walks, and sharp, menacing hand motions appropriately mirror her villainous, evil persona. Throughout the remaining acts of Sleeping Beauty, additional theatrical elements are used to amplify moments of the written story's plot and ensure the audience understands the nuances of character development. In the Rose Adagio, Aurora celebrates her 16th birthday by dancing with 4 eligible suitors, each offering their love in the symbolic form of a beautiful rose. The scene's intentional props and movement of the dancers around the stage are essential in conveying Perrault's written descriptions of Aurora's beauty, grace, and personality that would otherwise be lost in the translation from his words. In Act 3, familiar faces including Puss in Boots, Bluebird, Cinderella, and Little Red Riding Hood and her wolf perform divertissements. Each character's individual musical score is derived from their personality and traits in their respective fairy tale. The final performance at the wedding, reserved for the newlyweds, features angelic, ornate white costumes for the bride and groom, loud, vivacious music, and impressive partnering and lifts. This overall pleasant, celebratory nature of the ballet's climactic act dramatically emphasizes the marital union Perrault only quickly describes. When comparing the balance of the plot in Perrault's text versus the classical ballet, the incongruencies of emphasis and attention are a result of the vastly different storytelling requirements between written text and onstage performance. Perrault only mentions that the good fairy had seen to it that the princess's dreams were all charming and pleasant during her long sleep, knowing the readers immediately understand Aurora's peaceful slumbering. However, in the ballet, an entire 16-minute dream scene is necessary in order to communicate this single sentence. The inability to verbally tell the audience essential plot developments forces creators of a ballet to supplement the author's plot with scenes that visually show spectators the important aspects of the story. My experience performing on stage in classical ballet productions only confirms the necessity of extra visual elements in conveying a plot to the audience. Each time I step onto the stage, I'm aware of my sole purpose: to entertain the viewers with an understandable narrative. Now a trainee with Los Angeles Ballet, I work daily to develop my silent storytelling skills, perfecting my hand gestures and my facial expressions, Yet, without sets, costumes, backdrops, music, and intentional choreography, the story synopsis in the program would be the only source of plotline for the audience. When I perform in Cinderella this summer, I know that the diligent work of composers, choreographers, lighting designers, and stage managers will successfully retell the traditional fairy tale without ever speaking the words. And the audience will be taken along Cinderella's journey as she seeks her happily ever after. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to invite Chloe Kirk up to the podium.
Hi everyone, I'm Chloe Kirk and I am a junior here at Archer. Today my essay is titled The Fragile Yet Indestructible in Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale, and I will be accompanying my presentation with an original composition based on the thematic elements of this novel. In The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood reveals how true personal freedom is in the allowance of artistic expression, an outlet that is restricted from the women of Gilead. Through the erasure of music and song, Atwood paints a world in which the suppression of art becomes a tool of oppression, and the yearning for freedom finds refuge in private and forbidden acts of imagination. The novel exposes how the denial of art makes the pursuit of creativity an act of rebellion, as well as the ultimate key to reclaiming one's humanity, for it is only through the freedom to express that one can fully experience liberation. Art is fundamental to human identity, a way in which individuals connect to themselves and others, explain the inexplicable, and connect to humanity. In The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood reveals a dystopia where the regime of Gilead weaponizes the removal of art, using it to control and strip the women of their autonomy. Even in this world of silence and restriction, art persists in fragments, secret songs, tuneless humming, and whispers, revealing that creativity, even in its most hidden forms, will prevail. The denial of artistic expression is not just a form of censorship, but an erasure of the connections that define humanity, disassociating individuals from themselves as well as the shared experience of being human. An example of this is the once celebrated soprano Serena Joy. Her secretive, low-volume playing of her old musical recordings is not only an act of nostalgia, but a desperate attempt at ameliorating the loss of power music once gave her, the power to feel. Offred notes how Serena's past as a singer now exists as amputated glory, a phrase that suggests not only the loss of prestige, but a harsh removal of something vital, likening cutting away art to cutting away a limb. Offred recounts how Serena Joy was once the singer who could smile and cry at the same time, her voice lifting through its highest notes, tremulous and effortless. Through music, she once conveyed authentic emotion, being able to produce happiness and sadness simultaneously, and being praised for doing so. However, this talent of hers is now confined to whispers and forbidden recordings, buried and muted under Gilead's oppressive silence. This abolishment of music extends far past Serena Joy, infiltrating the lives of all the women of Gilead. Even private acts of expression, such as Offred silently singing Amazing Grace in her head, describing it as something mournful and Presbyterian, reflects a need for freedom that remains unfulfilled, even when in private. Similarly, the tuneless humming of Rita and the ghost-like sound of Serena Joy's low-volume records highlights how art continues to persist in fragments. It is, however, in these fragments that Atwood reveals something very important. Art in any form is not just a creative outlet, but a language that exists when words fail, or in this case, words are limited. Art in any form is not just a creative outlet, and in silenced art, the truth lingers. What is silenced can't fully disappear, but finds new ways to speak, defying even the strictest of rulings. Atwood links the past, present, and future together through commentary on the censorship of art. Using historical pieces such as audio tapes to demonstrate how art outlives oppressive regimes, the endurance to be creative is exemplified. Offred's recordings, interwoven with snippets of band music, present not only a rebellion against Gilead, but a bridge between eras, preserving the spirit of resistance for future generations. The tapes begin with 2 or 3 songs as a camouflage before transitioning into Offred's voice, demonstrating how music becomes both a shield and an ally of storytelling. Atwood further proves this point through the echoes of art that linger in Gilead. The palimpsest of unheard sound often imagines in the red center hints at how the lost world in which music and dance once thrived is now reduced to a haunting quiet. This eerie memory of art contrasts with the survival of Offred's tapes, which carry her voice and forbidden songs into the future. Showing art as something both fragile and indestructible makes clear how oppression creates a stronger desire for expression. The tapes, they outlive Gilead, proving that creativity and the human spirit, they can persist even under the strictest of regimes. In my composition, inspired by The Handmaid's Tale, I wanted to incorporate musical elements representative of Gilead's oppressive dynamics. I wished to take the listener on a journey through the handmaid's personal experiences, divided into 3 short movements. The piece opens with the recurring motif of whispers, symbolizing the Gileadian men conversing about the fates of the women. Gradually, more instruments, voices, and synths merge, creating an ominous and a looming tone. The combination of echoing whispers, low and dissonant murmurs of men, and a booming drum, they build tension and is soon met with the women voices melodically chanting, "No, no, no." The melody, it rises and falls, expressing their despair as they learn their fate. Throughout the first movement, bells echo, representing the control and structure of Gilead's theocratic order. Much like how bells mark and signify authority in real life, they act as auditory symbols of Gilead's power. Closing the first movement, a low disrupting shh cuts through the sound, drowning everything else out. There is a period of silence followed by high and ringing harmonies from female voices. There is one distinct female soprano line that stands out in these harmonies, symbolizing Offred's voice, airing hope and resistance even after such an oppressive first movement. Through dissonant chord progressions combined with the ringing bells, the second movement closes similarly to the first, with a final suffocating whisper. In the third movement, the mood shifts with the introduction of strings alongside vocals and synths, creating a soaring backdrop that invites the listener into a new emotional headspace. However, this time the music modulates to a major tonality, resolving with a major chord. This resolution is marked by the parallel motion of both the female and the male voices, leaving the piece with ambiguity, much like how Atwood leaves the end of the book. This can be interpreted as a victorious ending for the women, finally escaping this oppressive regime, or it can be interpreted as a victory for the men who have succeeded in obtaining full control over the women's mind, body, and soul. I will now play my original composition titled The Fragile Yet Indestructible. Thanks. conclusion, the novel demonstrates how the human spirit isn't passive. Even in the face of imperious authority, art persists in hidden forms, becoming a quiet but very powerful act of resistance. Just as Atwood combines fragments of creativity into an overarching theme of resistance, I aim to reflect the binaries of silence and sound, oppression and expression within my piece. Through music, we are reminded that the struggle for expression and freedom is never just an individual battle, but a collective, ongoing act of protest that continues long after visible signs of resistance have faded. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Anya Matz.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anya Matz. I'm a sophomore at Polytechnic School, and I'll be talking about a paper that I wrote for my film history class last year called Surrealist Cinema and the Feminine. I'll be looking at early surrealist films of the 1920s to later ones of the 40s, and the way that women and ideas of the feminine are depicted in them, as well as the actual female filmmakers. My interest in surrealism was sparked when we watched the 1943 Maya Deren film Meshes of the Afternoon in film history class. In a class where we also watched Jaws and Indiana Jones Raiders of the Lost Ark, Meshes especially caught my attention because of how experimental and non-traditional it was, like the rest of its surrealist genre. Surrealism is an art and literary style which attempts to blur the line between the real and the dreamlike. In film, this involves using nonsensical, irrational, or seemingly unrelated images and anti-narrative sequences. The beginning of surrealism can be traced to poet and writer André Breton and his Surrealist manifestos, the first of which was published in 1924 and details the importance, meaning, and qualities of the style. Breton drew his ideas about surrealism from the psychoanalytic theories of Sigmund Freud about the nature of the unconscious. Around this time, as surrealist painting was being developed, surrealism began to appear in film, too. In fact, some surrealist painters, like Salvador Dali and Man Ray, experimented with cinema as a new medium for their surrealist art. Cinema lends itself to the surrealist style in the way that it blurs the line between imagination and reality even farther than a painting can, because of the added complexity of motion and sound. Eyes are a common motif in surrealist cinema, perhaps because of their relation to dreams, which, like these early surrealist films, are seen and not heard. In a famous scene in Un Chien Andalou, directed by Luis Buñuel and Salvador Dali in 1929, a man seems to be cutting a woman's eye with a razor while she looks into the camera, unalarmed. Another unnerving scene is in Amok Bakia, directed by Man Ray in 1926, in which eyes are painted on a woman's eyelids. Whereas in many portrayals of women in surrealist films we see their bodies, these shots of their eyes give them a new depth. If eyes are a window to the soul, then these women's souls are vacuous. The depictions of their eyes make them seem mysterious and foreign. In the scene in Amok Bakia, the eyes painted on the woman's eyelids pose as a sort of veil, indicating that things are not what they seem and that the real truth, or real eyes, are hidden beneath a false exterior. When the woman's true eyes are revealed, when she opens them, she chillingly grins, further setting her up as odd and unnerving. It's as if she knows something that we don't, or that we're merely pawns in some game of hers. But if her grin suggests any power on her part, then it's an anomaly among other depictions of women in early surrealist films. Like the eye-cutting scene in Un Chien Andalou, many of the women in these films are portrayed as passive and impassive. Another example of this difference in Un Chien Andalou occurs in a scene in which a woman stands in the middle of a street, oblivious to the passing of cars. She only shows signs of noticing her surroundings when a car is headed straight towards her, and even then, she only puts her hands up, as if surrendering to it. This disconnection from fear and pain alienates us from the women. It's hard to feel a connection to a character who seems to feel no pain or fear. In film theorist Laura Mulvey's 1975 essay, Visual Pleasure and Narrative Cinema, she writes that in a world ordered by sexual imbalance, pleasure in looking has been split between active male and passive female. She identifies this divide between the active and the passive as not only within cinema, but in its viewing as well. Mulvey argues that women in film are designed and objectified to fit the desires of the male gaze. These theories could explain the emotional disconnection of women in these early surrealist films. Because they were created solely for the male gaze, it's not necessary for them to have their own feelings or sensations. The women in surrealist cinema are presented as other and foreign in their detachment from pain and emotion. Filmmakers like Buñuel and Man Ray present them as mysteries, as unlike us, as almost inhuman in their disconnection from emotions and sensations that we all experience. Women are portrayed as some sort of puzzle that cannot be solved or understood. It's important to differentiate between the depictions of the feminine in films and the actual women behind the camera. Though the most famous surrealist filmmakers were male, Buñuel standing out most prominently among them, there were multiple notable women in the industry as well. For example, Maya Deren and Germaine Dulac. In an article for the film journal Film Feels, author Rachel Pronger discusses how Germaine Dulac's 1928 film, The Seashell and the Clergyman, pioneered many surrealist techniques and motifs, although it's often overshadowed by Un Chien Andalou, which was released the year after it. This erasure of female art is not unusual and colors the way we view the art of the past. The disconnection that we feel from female characters in surrealist films is undoubtedly related to the disconnection that the filmmakers, being male, also felt from femininity. Maya Deren's films provide a striking contrast to those directed by men in their portrayal of female characters. In her films of the 1940s, including Meshes of the Afternoon of 1943 and At Land of 1944, the woman, played by Deren herself, is our protagonist. Instead of just seeing her eyes, we see things through her eyes. A sweep of the room in Meshes, a dinner party of people in At Land. This allows us to identify with her and maybe even root for her. The women in these two Maya Deren films are sometimes confused and always watchful of the new spaces that they enter, mirroring how we, the viewer, are as well as we watch these strange films. Whereas in Buñuel and Ray's films, the women are oddities, in Deren's, they're protagonists and represent us, no matter our gender, because we're put in their perspectives. In contemporary film criticism, the Bechdel test deals with similar ideas. It was unintentionally developed as merely an observation by cartoonist Alison Bechdel in her comic strip Dykes to Watch Out For, which ran from the 80s to the early aughts. The test measures the depiction of women in movies by asking three things. Does the movie, 1, have at least 2 women in it? Who 2, talk to each other? About 3, something other than a man. Though the test cannot directly be applied to these surrealist films because they're silent, the broader concepts of Bechdel's test are still applicable. It's telling that surrealist films such as L'Étoile de Mer or Un Chien Andalou feature women primarily, if not only, in the role of men's romantic or sexual desires. It's not surprising given women's role in society at the time, and in some respects even now, but it makes it all the more important that women are depicted quite differently in the films made by women themselves. Maya Deren's films not only feature women most prominently, but they feature them in relation to each other more than in relation to men. Although there's a male character in Meshes of the Afternoon, the film is centered around the main character's relationship with herself in different dreamlike forms. In Ritual and Transfigured Time, made by Deren in 1946, the two primary characters are both female. This proves that in giving surrealist films made by men more of the spotlight, we're not only silencing the voices of the women filmmakers through their art, but also limiting the representation of women on the screen. When we give more attention to the films that depict women as merely an object of men, in other words, the ones that were made by men, we restrict the lens through which we see an era. Surrealism's dreamlike qualities make it difficult to interpret conclusively. Just like dreams themselves, they often feel removed from reality, and it's hard to know just how much they're influenced by it. The word surrealism, coming from the French, literally means beyond the real. This is one of the reasons why it's so difficult to analyze or classify surrealist films, because in doing so, we must somehow connect them to what is real. When we try to explain surrealism in terms of political or social concepts, we lasso it and bring it down to reality. I can't help but wonder what Buñuel or Deren would think of me connecting their films to ideas like feminism. As makers of art, they relinquish all control over its interpretation when releasing it to the public, where it's viewed in the context of the era, as it's impossible not to do. In our era, the male gaze and objectification are buzzwords, so I'm a little hesitant to use them to describe films that seem so removed, not just from our era, but from any. Though art can of course be interpreted in tons of different ways, it's impossible not to wonder what the artist had in mind when creating it. All films, and all art for that matter, are a product of the political and social society from which they emerge. It's just that surrealism seems in some ways a more distant product, or at least a more vague one. So what is it about surrealist film that encourages such frequent depictions of the feminine? It's crucial that women appear more than men in every single surrealist film that I've seen. Perhaps it's because of the surrealist genre's mysteriousness or dreamlike qualities, mirroring the way that male filmmakers saw women. Maybe there's a reason why the feminine plays such a big role in the surrealist genre. Or maybe, like other topics of surrealism seem to do, the feminine in surrealism bear no complete meaning. They only pose to us the question of how we choose to interpret them, and what that in turn reveals about us. Thank you.
Up next, we have JJ Dolly.
Hey, it worked. Perfect. All right. So a little preface. This is one of my, I'm short, my God. This is one of my English assignments, and our assignment was to write a letter to somebody to try to convince them to read one of the poems that we read. And so it's going to be addressed to a singular person, so it doesn't really make sense in the context of me addressing, like, I don't know, like 50 people? I don't know how many people are in here, but multiple people. So just keep that in mind. Dear Rowan, I know you're drowning in feelings right now, caught in that dark, aching place where love feels just out of reach. You need something more than advice. You need Sappho. Her poem, Invocation to Aphrodite, is practically written for you. It's all about how love isn't something we control. It's wild, unpredictable, and often painful. It's like Sappho reached through time, felt your lovesick heart, and gave you the blueprint on what to do when your love life feels like it's crumbling. Seriously, this woman begs Aphrodite for help in love, and if she can throw herself at the feet of a goddess for love, so can you. You might have to start pleading with Aphrodite too. Maybe if you tried what Sappho did, I mean, you already got the being gay part down, you'll finally get the love you've been chasing for. Sappho opens the poem in such a raw and desperate way, calling out to throne splendor, deathless, O Aphrodite. The way she starts, you can feel the weight in her heart. Aphrodite isn't just some distant goddess to her. She's the only one who can pull Sappho out of the depths of this dark, bleary heartache. Describing Aphrodite as deathless and a charm fashioner makes her feel powerful, like the goddess herself is capable of bending love and desire at will, forging them like some sort of spell. There's a magic in the way Sappho speaks of her, a sense that Aphrodite alone can shift the impossible. Sappho isn't just making a polite request, she is pleading, almost at her breaking point, begging Aphrodite not to shatter her with the bitterness of love. The intensity in her voice, the desperation in her call, make it feel like Sappho is hanging on by a thread, whispering to Aphrodite, "Don't let me drown in this." And let's be honest, haven't you felt the same way? When you're so tangled in feelings for someone and they just aren't seeing you? It's that awful mix of hope and despair, like you're falling apart but you can't let go. Sappho knows it too, which is why she's practically on her knees begging Aphrodite to come to her rescue. She's been hurt, saying, "Not with griefs and bitterness to break my spirit." The rawness in her words cuts like a knife. Her spirit is on the verge of collapse, consumed by the anguish of unreturned love. There's no strength left, no hope she can muster on her own. Her heart is fractured, and she is teetering on the edge, pleading with the goddess not to push her further into the abyss. Without the goddess's help, she's lost, stranded in the pain of love that feels impossible. The only flicker of hope left is that maybe, just maybe, the goddess will answer her cry and bring the light of love back to her broken heart. Then Sappho recounts this incredible moment where Aphrodite actually showed up for her. She remembered how Aphrodite left your father's dwelling place and descended, coming down from the heavens in a golden chariot pulled by sparrows. This imagery is everything. It captures the sheer power and presence of love, showing how monumental it felt for Sappho. The way the birds swooped down swiftly, then they came, and with the bright air trembling. It's like love itself is crashing down into Sappho's life, shaking everything up, making the world tremble. The trembling air mirrors the emotional upheaval Sappho feels. Her heart is fluttering, vulnerable, and open, just like the sparrow's wings. The sparrows are love's messengers, fluttering wings and all, carrying Aphrodite's power straight to Sappho's side. Aphrodite isn't just watching from afar. She's descending into Sappho's chaos, ready to save her. And when Aphrodite speaks, it's a balm to Sappho's tortured heart. Though she now escape you, she will soon follow. Aphrodite offers comfort, but it's layered with the painful reality of love's unpredictability. Aphrodite acknowledges that the person Sappho aches for may be slipping away, but there's an inevitability in her return. The choice of escape suggests that love is fleeting, something hard to hold on to, which heightens Sappho's sense of helplessness. Yet Aphrodite promises, though she take not gifts from you, she will give them, underscores the bittersweet tension. While Aphrodite offers hope, it's wrapped in the painful truth that love isn't always immediate or easy. Aphrodite's words remind Sappho that love doesn't follow a simple, linear path sometimes. Sometimes the person you desire pulls away, and even if they return, it's not without complexity. There's a comfort in the possibility of love's return, but the uncertainty of when or how makes it all the more painful. Aphrodite's words, though she love not, yet she will surely love you, even unwillingly, carry both a promise and a haunting reality. The phrase even unwilling is heavy with the idea that love may come, but not without resistance or difficulty. It's as though Sappho is being told that even if the love she craves returns to her, it may still be fraught with tension or reluctance. This reflects a deeper truth about love. It's not always simple, and even when it is reciprocated, it might not arrive the way we expect. Sappho is desperate to believe that her pain has an end, that this person who seems unreachable will eventually be hers, but the uncertainty lingers. There's hope in Aphrodite's words, but it's bittersweet. Love may come, but it also may bring complications that Sappho can't control. The plea that follows, in such guise come even again, set me free from the doubt and sorrow, reveals just how much Sappho's heart is tormented by this uncertainty. She's not longing for love, she's longing for a release from the constant doubts that tear at her, from the sorrow that fills her every day. Aphrodite's promise is like a lifeline, but it's also a reminder that love is never as straightforward as we want it to be. Sometimes it's gay forward, sorry. Sappho wants Aphrodite to free her from this emotional chaos, to offer her some kind of peace. But even if the goddess's reassurance, there's the understanding that love will still be messy, still uncertain. This is the bittersweet nature of love that Sappho must come to accept. Yes, love might return, but it will never be without its trails. Love, even when it comes back, will still leave its scars. In the end, Sappho isn't just asking Aphrodite to mend her broken heart. She's asking for something much deeper, pleading with the goddess to accomplish all those things my heart desires to be done. Sappho doesn't want fleeting comfort or temporary relief. She's asking for a complete transformation of her emotional reality. She wants a full return of love in all of its complexity and passion to fill the void in her heart. By calling on Aphrodite to stand at my shoulder, Sappho is asking the goddess not to just intervene, but to walk beside her, to be a constant force of love and protection. This final plea brings all of her desperation and hope together. Sappho knows love is complicated, messy, painful, but she still believes in its power to heal and fulfill. And that's where the poem leaves us, reminding us that love is both painful and powerful, capable of bringing us to our knees while also lifting us back up again. Sappho shows us that love isn't easy. It's a tempest that can toss around and leave us gasping for breath. So, Rowan, when you're feeling lost in love, maybe it's time to reach out to Aphrodite for a little guidance. Like the poem says, even if love feels impossible right now, it has a way of finding its way back to us, even if it comes with hesitation. Trust that the heart can heal, and sometimes it takes a little divine spark, me, because I'm as amazing as a god, to reignite the flame. Even in the darkest moments, hope can flicker like a candle in the night, reminding us that love in all forms is always worth pursuing. Who do I give this to? I'm just gonna pat, pat.
Okay, our final presenter is Joel Meppo.
Hello, perfect. Okay. I also did this. I also did the same assignment that JJ did, and where we have to make a letter to a friend or just someone we care about like a poem or something. So I did mine about Catalyst, the poet Catalyst. And to put it in even more context, my friend who I'm writing this to is practicing like Japanese. So here we go. Konnichiwa, Taj. As you can see, I have been practicing my Japanese. I would love to show you more. However, this is not the time for that. Instead, we must dip into the field which you hold so dearly, creative writing. Similar to the languid fluidity of Japanese kanji, katakana, and hiragana writing, the poet Catullus offers things to take away from his language. Catullus, born in 84 BC, was a promiscuous fellow who messed around with many women and men alike, and is one of the most renowned poets of the classical era. He was inspired by Sappho's sexual freedom, and the way she expressed it through her writing. Catullus forged his career by being a lover boy, satirical, and off the beaten track compared to his contemporaries. He wrote his explosive lifestyle into his poems. One of his most famous works is now known as Catullus III. The poem details a love between the protagonist and his lover. They face a terrible tragedy in the death of her pet sparrow, which causes her to grieve deeply. Let's take a moment of silence, please. Now stop. Okay. You might think this is rude to stop the mourning process, and you are correct. However, this is not the only tip of the Titanic. How could you think such a preposterous idea? 4 years of tuition, or if it's free, or I don't know. The real profound meaning of this poem is that her pet sparrow is really his penis, to put it bluntly. Catullus uses extreme satire of death and loss to express the metaphorical motif of sparrow to be a penis rather than an actual sparrow. In Greco-Roman culture, the sparrow is intrinsically linked to Aphrodite or Venus, whichever one you prefer. Those two figures are relatively one-to-one. The sparrow acts as a figure of love and romance. That is why they are associated with her, as she is the goddess of love and beauty. Catullus opens the holy gate of the poem with Cupid's awe, as he calls to mourn. To pluralize the usually singular noun of Cupid helps immerse the audience into the world of the poem. Another great thing he does in this opening line is his inclusion of every Venus. He presents this tight-knit community idea he expands onto the next line, as Venus and Cupid have a mother-son relationship. It only makes it more conducive that Catullus calls for a company, as if we are a secret society of invite-only lovers being keyed into mourn alongside our brethren. It is like we are with him physically. In this instant, I grovel you to search deeper into the subtext of Catullus III. The bluntness of lies dead helps heighten the game of the entire poem, which is the sparrow's death. A sparrow that's he later utilizes his English is my second language. He later utilizes repetition with sweethearts and sweetheart. This brings to mind that he does care and is therefore willing to do the bare minimum of empathy necessary for a relationship to thrive. It is quite funny, but look again. He also says that she loved the sparrow over her own eyesight. Out of all the five senses he chose, the eyes because you only need to you only need to feel. I do not need to explain that any further. Furthermore, he pleasantly describes the obviously literal sparrow as sweet as honey. The simile compares the bird to being sweet like honey. One might concur that this is simply an idiomatic expression illuminating nostalgia, but I beg to differ. Intimacy between loved ones is remembered and cherished, especially with one you deem your mistress. Ergo, the reality of the situation is bodily fluid. This catalyst highlights how the attachment between his lover and her sparrow was like a child and mother. In Rome, familiar terms were used as commonplace adjectives to describe bonds in general, not just affectionate sparrows. Despite that, I cannot shake how overtly sexual this is. As mothers birth children, male children give sperm to breed for life. Following ahead, Catalyst describes that the bird would venture far from her warm lap. This alludes to how birds tend to rest on people because they are weak and just can't stand flying. So surface level. The main objective of a phallus is for it to enter an orifice because that is how we are wired. I apologize. Her lap is what was already said. Safety more specifically refers to warmth, solace, and care. All things you need for love. Moreover, sparrows do love hopping and cheeping back to their owners, right? Completely normal. Wrong. When will you learn? The bird hops and cheeps away. It's actually showcasing the time in between coitus. Don't look up that word. The sparrow motif elevates the comedy of the situation. It allows us to relate and feel for the sparrow more. Catalyst uses that to extraneous length in this upcoming section of the poem. He declares that the sparrow is on a journey to the underworld. In Roman mythos and Greek, when a body dies, the soul goes on a little Six Flags adventure to Neverland. Catalyst reaffirms death's road with departed. This aids the atmosphere of the story, shoehorning us into this epic climax he has cooking up. He uses clever irony by repeating hell twice because of its blackness. To hell with hell does not make any sense. It helps convey the overall unseriousness of a little bird and the significance it can hold over someone. Catalyst goes on to mourn because it was not his sparrow yet. He says that it was beautiful and torn from me. This use of hyperbole showcases the bird as the light at the end of a tunnel, which makes the loss increasingly gut-wrenching. On the contrary, you almost forgot what this poem was actually about, didn't you? What was torn was his ability to procreate. The wretched little sparrow is his poor penis suffering from erectile dysfunction. Tragic, I know. Another moment of silence, please. We can stop. Let us take another moment of silence. I just repeated that. Catalyst then exclaims significant horror in your fault. Blaming the sparrow for an unforeseeable situation is unreasonable at best, isn't it? He also repeats the eyes comparison with eyelids. This implies crying, and that is not what I am disputing. The eyes are such an important sense to collaborate the world around you. The bird, as a removal of a necessary sense, is the same as no longer being able to as no longer being able to sense a phallus. Now his lover's eyes are weeping because they can no longer perform the ancient ritual of coition. At the very least, now you must understand. I or love means love, of course. In Japanese, and Catalyst knows all about that. I want you to know how layered poetry can really be. To put it this way, much of old classical text was shamelessly sexual. Today, it is more of an Indiana Jones tomb to find the innuendos. Henceforth, you need to read this poem. Graciously, I have given you a new way to journey through this poem. Thank me later. If you still don't believe me, do not worry. My dear colleague is a mysterious enigma who made a reprisal of Catalyst which corroborates all my ideas. Finally, I want to say thank you to my many years of Japanese practice.
Can we get another round of applause for our panelists? That was great, you guys. We're about to start the Q&A section, and I'll kick it off with a question of my own. We have an incredible variety of presentations here, and they all address, they're all really deeply connected to different forms of artistic expression, from poetry to cinema to film to cinema to dance and music. How do your personal passions for these art forms influence your analytical interpretation? So we can start with Juliana.
Well, all right. Well, I did mention this towards the end of my presentation, but I am a ballerina. I've been, performing on stage almost since I could walk, and I think that definitely provided the inspiration for this project. I wanted to see how the stories that we read about and that are translated to onstage performances, how they're told without the use of specific words or language. So I just delved into Sleeping Beauty in my paper, and I really went through the whole ballet and looked at every scene and tried to determine which choreographic choices and which specific costume and music decisions really allowed the audience to understand the text that Charles Perrault wrote in such specific wording. But it's not just singularly applicable to the Sleeping Beauty. If you were to analyze many other fairy tale ballets, this theme of utilizing visual and auditory symbolic elements to tell the written story is very clear. Even when, this is a personal example, but even when I was choreographing my piece for the night of dance, I was trying to communicate this dream of Archer. That was the story I was given. And looking back, I don't think it was intentional, but I can see that I used very intentional costume choices and a prop, and trying to pick the most appropriate music and interweaving the choreography and emotion together to tell this story to the audience who maybe have not read the book that it was based upon. So I think even if it's not intentional, or the choreographer or the creator of a ballet or contemporary piece is aware of what they're doing, dance really utilizes aspects other than the actual dancers and their bodies to tell the stories of written text.
I have a very similar story to Juliana. I have been immersed in the art form of music since as long as I can remember, since a very, very young age. So that really has been all I know. And that was the first thing that I remember learning as a child, not school, but music. And I think that the act of analyzing music is very, very, very similar to the act of analyzing a piece of literature. And I think that the more exposure that one can get to different styles and genres of music, the more clear and analytical response you can get when analyzing literature as well. For the more exposure one gets, the more clear and direct argument one can make. So the same goes for literature. I was very involved in reading. At school, I was involved in the book clubs, and I just loved it, always, continuously throughout my childhood and now as well. And I think the duality of being very involved in reading and music has allowed me to create a really strong argument when it comes to analyzing literature. And so I just think the more exposure one can get to any really type of art form, whether that's analyzing pieces of contemporary art or music or even theatrical acts, I think is really, really beneficial and helpful to creating a strong and clear literary analysis argument.
I think that film is especially interesting to analyze because it's so universal and accessible. I hadn't taken any film classes before last year, but of course I had watched tons of movies. And so I think that that learning about film and how it works, it changes very much like how you watch movies. Since then, I've definitely seen movies in a different way, and I've been able to like think about them and analyze them in a way that I hadn't before. But it also just changes sort of like how you see the world and how you go about your everyday life because it's so visual. And it almost makes you feel like you're in a movie sometimes. And at the end of this film history class last year, we had this project where we had to replicate a scene in a movie that we had watched, which was really cool because we were able to see everything that went into this, and we spent weeks working on this one little scene, and it still was not perfect, and it didn't really line up to the original film. But it was a really cool experience, and I haven't ever made any surrealist films myself, but I think that would also be a great experience because in some ways surrealism is more accessible since it doesn't have to have a narrative. It usually doesn't have a narrative, and it can take sort of any form that you want it to. So I think it's also great how accessible and universal that is too.
I think the main reason that I loved this letter so much and I loved writing it and I loved talking about it is because I was able to write it in my own voice. And as much as I love like English classes, I'm so sorry, Maya, we don't gotta talk about it. I am like tired of writing the like analytical essays. I mean, I love them and they're really helpful, but I really, really enjoy being able to write something completely in my voice, have it not be so professional and so scholarly, if that makes sense. And I didn't mention this in my writing because there was no point in it, but I am a writer. I'm writing a novel right now, a fantasy novel, and I think that played a really big part on like all the descriptions and really being able to use my voice for this letter and really being able to connect with the poem, connect with the reader, and connect with the writing of it. It also might be just because I'm really, really, really lonely, but mainly, I think we're just gonna pretend that it's mainly my novel writing background.
My personal art form, really big into theater and musical theater, and I like film. And what kind of like inspired this weird poem thing I wrote was I was like listening to a lot of music, and a lot of music there's like so many like innuendos. I was like, I had this like discussion with my dad. I distinctly remember this. And I was like, oh my, like bro, like all these songs are like weird as heck. I was like, and I noticed, I was like every song is like, oh, like I love you, and then it's something like insanely sexual. It's like what? Like how did that happen? So I was like, okay. And a lot of like old texts are like, they just don't care. Like they will be as sexual as they want to be. So I was like, okay, why not? I just point that out, and when I write this assignment. And to a good friend that won't find this incredibly weird if I send this to them. So that was the inspiration behind that, my child.
Great. We're gonna open this up to the audience now. We have time for a few questions. Does anyone have any? Yeah.
This question is for JJ and Joelle, because I think there's a lot of very similar parts to your guys' presentations. First off, for JJ on Catalyst, I think you did serve him justice with him being a very promiscuous figure within Roman society. So great job on that. I guess how it ties to Joelle's presentation too is the conflictions between love having enticing qualities and also torturous qualities. How do you see that? Or I guess on the Catalyst, I don't know if you've read other Catalyst poetry, but how have you seen like his radicalism and his like very promiscuous poetry affect later genres of artwork and literature throughout time?
This work? Okay, perfect. I think I see, because I did read a couple of other Catalyst's poems. I think this one though, because like I think his main thing that like what his biggest influence was his satire,
Yep.
You kind of see that in like other figures like Voltaire later in like the Enlightenment period, and I think it's really cool to see how his ability to kind of like provide commentary through these like stories on like marriage. He has one poem about like a bad marriage that goes wrong or something, and he's like he uses that to commentate on like the state of like marriage in the Roman era, and I think that's really cool. And to see that, I think that's what bled into like other like factors mostly, and yeah, like his satire was like really important and really important part of him.
And that's where, not really a question, but just a comment, like how both of your presentations, I don't know if you've read Catalyst 85. Oh, probably not, but yeah, it really does tie between this theme of confliction between the torturous and alluring part of love. So, yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Does anyone else have any questions? Yeah. I'll come back to you.
Hi, my question's for Chloe. I was just curious how you went about composing your piece, like what instruments you used, or yeah, just your approach to composing the song.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you for that question. So, as I mentioned, I've been heavily involved in music, for a very long time, but composition is not really a medium that I had looked into until recently. But when I did, it really opened this whole other world into experiences and a way of teaching me ways to interpret music. So I really had all these ideas for this composition as soon as I started reading the book. I think it had really specific and direct examples of compositional strategies in a way, if you really kind of peel back the layers of the novel. And I don't know, I just really wanted to do this novel justice because it is such a heavy and complicated topic. So I wanted to kind of utilize my compositional abilities to demonstrate as clearly as possible, which is a very difficult task, and I still don't think I could have given it more complexity, because no amount of complexity can ever really replicate a novel. But yeah, it was a really fun experience for me, and interesting, and yeah, it taught me a lot as well. So yes, thank you.
Great. That is all we have time for this panel, but thank you guys so much.
So we are going to break for lunch. Just a couple things for everybody. There are boxed sandwich lunches in the back, and there are tables set up in our courtyard. So the leadership team will kind of help you find your way up there to those tables. But you can choose whichever kind of box lunch you want. That goes for parents and teachers as well. There's plenty of food back there. Thank you. We'll start again at 1 o'clock. Nice job.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. So we're going to get started with our fourth panel for today. My name is Francie. So the title of this panel is Reading Between the Lines, the Interplay of Family, Identity, and Legacy. So if the panelists could come up. And first we will be hearing from Felice Fish.
Thank you. So hi everyone, my name is Feliz and I'm a current junior at Polytechnic School. Today I have the privilege of reading a personal essay I wrote in my creative writing class last fall. This piece actually began as a relatively short reflection that I completed for my first homework assignment in the class. However, as the class progressed and we were given the opportunity to polish old projects, I felt that there was more I could and had to say about my extended family. Thus, everything I wrote in this piece felt extremely new as it synthesized and made sense of all the unexplored hallways and connections in my life in a handful of pages. It's titled, What Remains. There is a quiet ache in my grandparents' home, a house of thin oak and chipped paint. The floorboards splinter and fray, pricking unsocked feet. As a child, I'd sit on those floors, tracing the grain, letting my nails follow the loops and spirals until I grew dizzy. I plucked at the floors as if I might peel back the years, the rings of wood revealing childhood Christmases stacked like strata beneath the surface. They were the kind of Christmases plucked from the TV screen, glossy colors and sugar-dusted nostalgia, a chubby pine swollen with water weight and memories, its branches tangled with bright, uneven ornaments we made when my brother and I were small enough to fumble over glue sticks and glitter. My grandmother placed these crude creations above the store-bought baubles and porcelain spheres. She could never choose just one to be the star, so she clustered them at the top, made them kings, exalted them to the highest rank in the holiday hierarchy. They were a sacred kind of Christmas, perfect snow-topped pictograms of the day. I watched my grandmother's face crease into a smile as we walked through the door each season. She would curl her arms around me and ask about school and tussle my hair, reminding me I was young, that I was cared for, my world in Los Angeles melting away. My grandfather liked to mill about the house, stumbling into interactions rather than initiating them himself. He was reserved, my dad liked to say, but always there, laughing quietly at every bad pun and forced punchline. His love was soft, a faint strum of familial strings. We visited my father's parents every December, looked forward to it even, but the year I turned 14, we stopped visiting my grandparents and began a new tradition. Skiing in places like Aspen and Whistler, eating room service dinners, and forgetting about our family on the East Coast. It was a gradual erasure, a gentle closing of the door on their lives. We forgot to check in, to pay attention to the pain sprouting behind the wood. I turned 15, then 16, and I began to know my grandparents through whispered discussions between my mother and father, worried exchanges they tried to hide from my brother and me. I heard my grandmother's voice bleeding through phone calls to my father as they talked about my grandfather's doctors. I learned to read my father's back once he hung up, to string each tense and muscle together, to watch the pain settle into his bones. When I finally saw my grandmother again, in the summer this time, I realized how small she'd become, how small she had always been. Hugging her felt dangerous, her limbs ready to shatter like porcelain under excess weight. I couldn't help but notice the silence. We knew that if we spoke, we would have to mention how my grandfather choked on the syllables of my name, the helpless confusion glazing over his eyes as he failed to dissect his own DNA. I would have to confess that we dreaded this trip because we couldn't swallow the sadness that invaded their home, the smell of Christmas dissipating into something sterile. We didn't talk because no one talks about anything serious in my father's family. In small-town America, no one discusses illness and regret over the dinner table. My grandmother, who refuses to say hate or stupid, who drapes each syllable in pleasantries and platitudes, didn't use words like Alzheimer's or dementia. She developed a quiet system. I found Post-it notes stuck on objects around the house, reminders printed across each. Brush your teeth. Take the blue pill first. This isn't yours. No one talked about them, but they were everywhere. She tried to contain the pain, wrangle it by scheduling her days and regimenting her life, but it spread and spilled and crashed into her more than she liked. It leaked out through soft sobs in the shower and the weariness on her face. My dad made spaghetti the final night of our visit, something special, he said. We were setting the table, and my grandmother reached for something in the cabinet, straining her limbs and then laughing softly, a frail, tinny noise like the sound of fracturing glass. You know, I'm not quite as strong as your Nane, especially with these bones of mine. The words stretched and strained until they fell easily from her tongue. We heard her throat unclog, relax from expelling what had laid dormant in her chest all these years. We laughed, but it felt shallow. The laughter felt wrong because she was right. Not that she was inherently weaker than my other grandmother, but that her name oozes with pity while our Nane stars in anecdotes and stories. My family dotes on my mother's mother because she survived coups and poverty and loss and still manages to plow her garden each day. She towers over life despite her years, cutting through time with the vigor of a 20-year-old, challenging my cousins to arm wrestling competitions and filling each room with the timbre of her voice. She's the strongest woman I know, my father likes to say. We live much closer to my father's family than my mother's, yet they are always kept at a distance. My family lives in America. My father is American, I am his American daughter, and my skin runs paler than that of my American friends, but our household has always been grounded in the Turkish side. The blue ceramic of the Nazar, the Turkish evil eye, consumes the walls, and we use Turkish to say our pleases and thank yous, our hellos and goodbyes. It's an implicit fact reigning our household that our Turkish roots are the ones that matter, the relevant ones. It's been the case since before I existed, from the moment my parents reached across the Atlantic and found one another. My father married my mother knowing his life would fall between the cracks, that he would never be the interesting one, that his stories would wilt and wither next to hers. He grew up on the sidelines of the city, flew on a plane for the first time in 11th grade, so when he met a woman from the other side of the universe, from a culture so alien to his, he couldn't help but grow obsessed and marvel at each novelty. And so his children stood in awe beside him. I'm a writer, yet I never write about my father's side of the family because I always assumed suburban Massachusetts was too plain. I've explored every facet of my Middle Eastern side, written poems and stories and memoirs about my mother and her mother, about my time spent by the Black Sea. I'm the humble character in each piece, the spoiled girl who learns to appreciate her privilege. I am the weak one. But things are different with my grandmother, my father's mother. There's something different about her pain, at least to us. We visit Turkey, and every room fills with laughter and jokes. Conversation ebbs and flows, crescendos and softens. There's a liveliness, an indestructible joy that clings to the cobblestone and terracotta. We've entered the homes of widows, of refugees and fishermen, but we've never walked into silence, into sadness. Quiet doesn't exist in Istanbul. So we look at our grandmother's pain and see the way it consumes her. My mother hates the concept of wasted pain, of running marathons just to feel something. It's an American thing, she says, our gravitation towards synthetic hardship. She hates that we put ourselves in situations to sweat and gripe when people across the world can't escape their suffering, quit after mile 20 and go home without worrying again. She can't help but wonder why my grandmother won't put my grandfather in a home, why she won't hire help, why she insists on watching her husband turn into a stranger. It's a unique, amalgamated feeling, a mixture of confusion and sympathy and impatience. We turn away from my grandfather and his illness, how that illness has upended my grandmother's life, because it's ugly. We need the comeback, the redemption, for the main character to scale the mountain after hitting rock bottom. We want my grandmother to be like our Nane, to be indifferent to the trauma, to let it fuel her for the better. But my grandmother is not the kind of woman to hold life by the throat, to make beauty from her pain. She lets it swallow her. There is no language for what happens when love curdles, when devotion becomes a slow suffocation, when caring becomes caretaking. Her days blur into a series of small tasks, each hour spent dreading the next. So I watch her shrink, not physically, but into herself. The way she repeats the same questions, the way her voice falters as she reminds my grandfather who he is, like it's the last thing tethering him to this world. And maybe it is. Maybe she believes that if she stops, if she lets go, he will disappear completely, and so will she. She will become a ghost of herself, and will mourn her in silence, remembering her for her sadness until we forget her altogether. Thank you.
Next, we have Amber Tran.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amber. I am a senior at Granada Hills Charter High School. Today, I'm going to be reading a piece that I wrote at the California State Summer School for the Arts. It's a braided essay about my grandfather, who throughout the essay I will refer to as Aum, and you'll also hear me refer to my grandma as Bungwai. Okay. You are running. The sun might be setting, or that could just be the blood. That could just be the Agent Orange, TCDD tornadoes cascading down the throats of your neighbor's children. They might be following you. You don't look back to check. Rusted crimson stains the ridges of your fingertips, and you've made yourself forget where it came from. You know what they have kept you alive for, and it is enough to keep you running and running until you find the woman with flames for fingers, bullets braided into her blue-green hair. Someone, you've forgotten who, tells you she should be standing beside a boat, a book of wistful incantations clasped to her chest. They tell you that light should sweep down from her shoulders, promises of satin emeralds and unbroken countries illuminating her lands. Instead, you find her alone. And when the crowds tug at her robes, pleading, she does not lead them towards dreams of golden spires or fantasies of working drain pipes. She merely squeezes their hands twice and shrugs them off. In her wake, she leaves nothing but empty oaths of independence and imagined declarations of freedom. But you, do not start in her absence. While they cry for justice, cacophonies of indignance echoing through the nation's underbelly, you are content to sit in your solitude, smiling at your granddaughter's pinkies. Because here, at least your popcorn ceilings are your own. Here, your father-in-law's polos have never been punctured by 5.56 millimeter bullets. Your mother's hands never flayed pink from scrubbing blood off wooden floors. And at least the soldiers here do not chase your nephews through burning jungles, promises of devastation, of Ho Chi Minh sermons and red hammers and sickles ringing from their teeth. Even in his dementia, White flinches at the color red. We've just moved him into his new home, a geriatric psychiatry unit in Orange County, California. It's next to a Denny's, and at this one, there are windows. The doors here even open. When I asked if that was safe, Mom told me she thought Ohm would be okay. He should be okay, but I'll talk to the people in the front. But this unit isn't so bad. When you walk into the dining hall, there's no woman inching towards your wrists, broken thoughts atrophying on her leather tongue. And the lights here don't remind you of guzzled antiseptic or black fingernails. They're lights you could write poetry about, if you wanted to. And when you talk to your nurse, she doesn't feel like a warden. With her gentle smiles and brown braids, more than anything, she feels like a niece or a familiar catchphrase. So when she offers you the vanilla pudding, you'll only ask if it's poisoned once or twice. In the presence of her outstretched palms, you won't hurl your forearms against your bed restraints, thrashing as if you have suddenly remembered that the grass you played in as a child is now matted, stained with the corpses of your uncles. They even let you play bingo here. It could be home. Journal entry, February 11th, 2023. Today, when we visited Ohm, he seemed better, more talkative, and he offered to walk us to the elevator when we left. And when he got up, it felt like before, like back when he would ask me if I wanted apples and slice 2 for me anyways, or when he'd walk us to the door of his apartment to make sure we got home safe. Today, he didn't whisper about the lights on the printer watching him, or about scarlet lapels pinned to enemy uniforms. And when I hugged him, he hugged me back. The first time we took Ohm to the ER, we didn't consider that it might be dementia. In hindsight, that was stupid. But then again, there was also the family doctor and the fake insurance plan advertised in Vietnamese, and the debilitating fear of remembering someone who does not know how to remember you. So we blamed it entirely on the family doctor, who, without our knowledge, had taken Ohm off of his Zoloft. In its place, he'd prescribed Ohm with 3 different forms of antidepressants, adorning his weekly pill organizer with exotic trazodones and Prozacs and spheres of unknown reds. Ohm took all of them, weaving rainbows and swallowing sorrow as if testing the malleability of his mind. He ended up in a hospital gown, chained to a bed wet with urine and a body that had never been his. I hadn't known that he was on Zoloft before that. I remember asking Mom if we could sue the doctor for malpractice. She told me that we don't sue. That besides, Ohm didn't have enough money for a medical bill and a lawyer. Journal entry, February 12th, 2023. Last night, after we left, Ohm tried killing himself. He told Bing White that the printer was alive and that they were watching, and did you feel them here? Did you feel their guns against your skull, between your teeth, down through your throat? He screamed at her, in broken English so they wouldn't understand, to hide the children. He said he would keep the soldiers away until they were safe. Bing White told me that Ohm locked himself in the bathroom and drank a cup of detergent. He said that he would rather go like this than at the hands of his homeland. They took him to the ER again. After they make sure that Ohm is not dead, they ask for our credit card numbers. When they learn, at the same time that we do, that his insurance is a product of a broken nation, worn under the weight of the bodies it has laid bare, they tell us that survival is a privilege. I'm sorry, but if he doesn't have insurance, there's nothing more we can do for him. We end up in an emergency room in Fountain Valley, where the average wait time is 6 hours. Here, a man Mom mistakes as homeless stumbles to the counter every 10 minutes. As he shrieks, conjuring shadows of shredded flesh and bulging incisions, we all shift, taking turns to glance at and away from him. We watch as he slits his body from the outside in, bloodied half-moons crescendoing on alabaster skin. When he finally looks up at us, there is blood leaking from his eyes. We learn later that he, like you, is a veteran. Phantom limb syndrome is a condition in which patients experience sensations, whether painful or otherwise, in a limb that does not exist. It has been reported to occur in 80 to 100% of amputees, and typically has a chronic course, often resistant to treatment. I wonder which war that man in the ER lost his left calf in. I wonder if he, like you, ever dreams of return, body barren as his mind flirts with the ghosts of a half-abandoned war. I wonder which is more painful for him, the cauterizing flesh or the weight of its reminders. I wonder if his granddaughter, like yours, has ever felt this guilty for putting words on paper, for pretending that she knows, understands, is enough to claim his story as her own. February 13th, 2023, at 7:34 p.m. Notes app, transcribed from a call between Mom and Uncle. Things to let the doctors know. Shortness of breath might be a heart condition, according to Uncle's Harvard friend. Experiencing memory loss. When he's better, we should get him a therapist. PTSD. Behavior is far off from baseline. This is not his normal. Attempted suicide is not his normal. Things to ask about: heart tests, CAT and MRI scans. Did you hear Benoit last night? She didn't cry, but it was for your sake. In case he wakes up, she told me, I want to be strong. She is stronger than me, by oceans and rivers and monsoons. Later, Mom told me that Ba slept beside you, shoulders barely brushing yours like Greek lovers returned to dirt. She told me that when you had to urinate, Benoit opened your gown and she made waterfall noises as she held out the pail for you. In case some part of him is there, she said, I want to make sure he knows he is loved. When I left you, did you feel me? When my tears dampened the cotton of your pillowcase, the one that Mom arranged and rearranged as you whipped beneath your wristbands, was it my hand you grabbed, punishing? Or were you searching for an old friend, one whose face exists now only in memory? Perhaps you reached for a fallen neighbor, the one 3 houses down, whose name they refused to engrave onto the marble of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. The second time went to the ER, Megan told us to track his bowel movements. This, she said, might indicate symptoms of dementia. I break down in my art history class, and my friends ask me if I am okay. I do not know how to tell them that I am losing you to a disease I do not know the name of. That Mom had to turn my shoelace into a belt for your khakis because you have shrunken 2 sizes since you arrived at the hospital, and suddenly my lungs are too big to breathe in or breathe out of. That I can't name 5 things I can see or 4 things I can touch, because don't they know that I have lost myself and my senses and every single part of me since last night? Since last night, when I held your pinky with mine and I prayed until I no longer felt guilty for abandoning a homeland that you never could, or for belonging to a country that never belonged to you. Since this morning, when I woke up and I was afraid that you might strangle me because you were thrashing and grabbing my hand and I did not know if it was an invasion to ask a nurse to come here and please, please help me. But don't forget him, don't hurt him, I love him and he is forgetting me, he is forgetting how to spell my name. I do not know how to tell my friends that you are gone, even as you remain in that residential facility. The one with the big windows and the bingo and the kind nurse. You are gone, and the apples at home have ripened, and no one is here to pick them. I'm just tired. I love you, though. I do not know if I will ever know you, but I will remember the butterflies and how they told me, in verses and in tongues, of the lives that you have lived. I will remember how they curled in your trash can, vinyl inching towards plastic, is as if that were enough to reconcile all that you lost when they made you change your last name. The patient before you left them on the wall. Perhaps their wings reminded him of a life beyond this, beyond the sterile lights and the resounding alarms. Maybe, when he looked up at them, he could pretend that he was more than a body bound for ashes, that in another life, he could remember his son's birthday. You thought they were cameras. You made us take them off. Still calls me sometimes. I'm not sure how, but he's back at his apartment. I'm not sure how, because I still flinch when I see him slicing oranges, and I'm still worried that once I turn around, I'll see steel bayoneting bone, varicose bleeding down our cutting board. But Benoit is eating again. And I saw her bottle of melatonin in the trash can the other day. Maybe we're healing. Maybe the miniature Buddha statues on the shelf were enough to lift the eyelashes off of our fingertips, and Bac-Un's supermarket tulips will teach us how to love again. Maybe now, All we will have to live with are the shadows and the panic attacks passed in hospital bathrooms. You're dreaming. You're dreaming of a life beyond it all, one where your sentences end in soft syllables and your days beside the lilies on the windowsill. Your hair has grown back, and when they see you, your cousins cup your hands to their hearts, alive, still beating. And you might lose yourself in that melody, that song they played as they pieced you back together, sinew and flesh and bones like gold on their fingertips. You're not broken here, just frayed edges and a newsboy cap. Here, you learned that dahlias were your favorite flowers, and that was enough. You spent your mornings covered in dirt and chrysanthemums, and you didn't have to be anything else. And your grandson's favorite color is red, but his red is warm. It is the red of Lunar New Year spent with mooncakes between your teeth and of lychee and laughter nestled atop your tongue. Here, your great-grandfather's rocking chair will be yours one day, too. You'll watch as your nieces and nephews trip and break its left leg, laugh as they try to piece it back together. Eventually, it'll wear itself out to time until it is nothing but engraved etchings and smoothened scars. But you won't call them scars. You'll call them proof. You'll grow old with that chair. Here, your grandchildren will grow up with milk. And you can see it all, your daughter in your grandmother's wedding gown, backyard aloe vera on your grandson's sunburns. You are dreaming, but rest your eyes, if only for a moment longer. Loosen your grip on your granddaughter's arm and relearn the mole beneath her lower lip. You are dreaming, because here you might be safe. Thank you.
And finally, we have Juliana Malcolm.
Okay, hi, my name is Juliana Malcolm, and I'm a senior at Flint Ridge Prep. My printer broke this morning, so I have my iPad and not a piece of paper, so forgive me. Okay. When the dream first came to me, I must have been 15. I was back in his house, the one with the windows painted shut, the broken faucets, the dent that he punched in the table, grains of sugar on the countertop, the drawings stacked underneath the Italian matchboxes, all of his things. But I can't find him in this dream, only the things he left behind. So I began running through every room, switching on lights until the pinball machine house flickers on in sectors. First the foyer, then the hall, and lastly, the bedroom. His bedroom is where I find him. Even my usual clumsy hands can make their way around this room. He's standing before the window in a terry cloth robe, turning a match over in his fingertips. His face is flush with liquor, but it was the golden veil of the evening that made it look like there was a fuzzy aura surrounding him, a shimmering of atoms breaking apart, making way for his flesh. I've memorized his outline. This is the last conceivable moment of his body, the last seconds in which his presence still took up the space, the bedroom holding him like a well-worn coat. I contemplate him with a quiet surprise here, a man about to commit a monstrous act, yet he cradles the match between his fingers as if it were a butterfly he was afraid to crush. But wildness is how I'd always known him, which is why studying him now was like looking back in time. When his eyes meet mine, he's looking at me like he's the animal trapped in headlights, paralyzed, yet he's also the car that doesn't stop, the driver that forgot the brakes were right beneath his feet. But this dream of mine of igniting himself with flames is futile, a mean repetition that can never bring resolution. For he would still strike the match, let it hiss against the coarse stripe of the matchbox, and the sulfur would still bloom into that greedy little flame as it finished devouring the seconds left between us. When he was no longer in my life, I despised the way everyone spoke of him. They knew nothing of his presence abroad or of his interesting job, nothing of the way he didn't care for sightseeing or inheriting the Cadillac his father wanted to give him, how he was removed, pale, infuriated by any advice to amuse himself, Nothing of how he licked his thumb before turning the page, or how he made fun of gamblers yet surrounded himself by them. How he liked flipping chairs over, but also liked watching them fill with people. Nothing of the scarlet wool blanket that was left hanging off his bed the night before it all happened. Nothing at all of how his hands were like a spectral spider that were conditioned to entangle you more hastily at every desperate jerk you try out of the web. And certainly nothing of how he retired into that strong sense of self-pity, which was perhaps the only thing he had left which he felt really belonged to him. And that's the devastating similarity between a relentlessly cruel man and a flame. They both know no end. In his company, I was Jules, a rather unreliable version of myself. He said my name in this way, and perhaps desperate to sink his teeth in, Jules became not only how he saw me, but how I began to envision myself. Jules was built from the raw material of my girlishness and his hunger, her skin waiting like a fawn in the lupine glare of his appetite. She knew how to paint her cheeks and lips on fresh, knew how to forfeit her wit for useless pleasure. Jules was the girl who learned to be watched before she learned to watch herself. And he was fond of watching me, although not in the lazy and indifferent way men often do. His gaze was an incision, precise, with scalpel in hand, ready to carve away what he deemed as excess of my persona, as if he'd already seen what would become of me and already sketched the contours of my ruin with the tip of his cigarette. He obtained the power to slice up my soul and feed it to me, to make me surrender, and so I dared not to spoil the image of Jules he has set up to adore. But it is not him who petrifies me most. It is her, Jules, that version of my body who loved him, the girl who still existed then, suspended in sleep as though she had never been born at all. And in her lucid dreaming, she continues running through the foyer in desperation, chasing salvation, only to find herself back there, barefoot in his bedroom. Because even in her manic devotion to routine, there would always be the inevitable waiting there for her. His match poised between skin and flame, in Jules's eyes, which remain unblinking as the pale fire inhales his body and his home whole. He has made me into the most unpleasant girl, and even worse, he has made me a fool. It is her I still see, Jules, the girl who still resides in the home he set ablaze. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for sharing those stories. So I'll get started with our Q&A portion. So first, I just want to, ask you guys, so all of your pieces are very personal and introspective, and they really just reflect on your experiences. Did writing these stories or reflecting on these experiences help you cope with everything that you talked about? Yeah, you can go in any order. You flip the switch, yeah.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Sorry for my technical incompetence. Just to begin though, I would definitely say yes to that question. At least for me, writing is a way that I kind of process and digest the world around me, particularly creative writing, because at least when I practice creative writing, it is so deeply personal. So I think it is a really effective way, like it might be for other people with journaling, to really understand and process what's happening in my life. And I think it's also it has a sense of clarity to be able to take all of these very confusing, chaotic, disruptive moments and events in your life and distill them onto the page in a couple of thousand of words, couple pages. And I think it brings a lot of clarity to be able to really lay bare all the complexities of your emotions into like a single story or a poem or a memoir.
Yeah, I would echo the same exact thing. The program that I wrote this at, the California State Summer School for the Arts, that was actually my first ever venture into creative writing. But the reason why I realized there that I loved creative writing so much was because I think it came to me at a time when I needed it. Specifically the structure of the braided essay, the fragmentation that I kind of alluded to when I was reading it, that spoke to me so much in those moments because by construction, the structure of a braided essay is fragmented. It lacks linearity and cohesion. And that spoke to me because in the same sense, I lacked that structure when I was going through these experiences. So for me, writing is not only like a tool, as you were saying, to like preserve and make sense of the world around me, but it also acts kind of like as a mirror to what I experience.
I completely agree with all of those points. I think for me personally, the level of like coping, it's difficult because you want to make sense of it on the page and you also want to be able to make sense of it in real life. And I think by turning something that you have like a level of disorganized and chaotic attachment to in real life and turning it into something tangible, something you can write and something you can edit and develop over time, I think it just brings a lot of clarity, like they said as well. And that is a very healing process for me. So I 100% agree that it was helpful during coping for that period.
So my next question is for Feliz. So in your story, you talked about that previously in your life you had like chosen to write about your mother's side of the family. What prompted you to reflect on your father's side of the family, and what kind of inspired you to write this story?
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked that question because, like I mentioned in introducing my piece, it was born from an assignment in my creative writing class. And normally I don't even think I would have written this essay if it weren't for that very particular assignment, because we were assigned to take photos of various objects in our houses and write about stories associated with them. So I took a photo of like a makeup item that I had that I bought when I was visiting my grandmother in the trip that I talked about in the essay. And that is kind of the small moment that eventually unfurled into this larger piece that became more kind of meditative and abstract rather than grounded in a particular moment. But I think genuinely, if it weren't for that assignment, I wouldn't have even explored my father's side of the family to the extent I did here. And I'm really glad that I was given that opportunity because, like I mentioned in my piece, it made me realize that I actually don't really touch upon his side of the family that often, and then it is usually my mother's side and her culture that I gravitate towards. So I was glad almost that I was forced in a sense, but forced in a very willing and accepting way, to write about this unexplored area. And it felt very new and very raw when I was writing it. So yeah.
Great. So next, my question is for Amber. So in your piece, you kind of touched on feeling a sense of guilt when you were writing this piece. How did you balance that with your desire to express your emotions about the story and like tell how you were feeling?
Yeah, I think for me, I'm someone who is not completely well-versed in like my grandparents' history, just because war is something that is difficult to talk about. So it's not something that we talk about often. But I think that for me, I kind of balanced that tension by distinguishing this as a piece of speculative nonfiction. I didn't want to say that it was just blatantly nonfiction because I know that there are parts of it where it's entirely just me and it's dominated by my voice rather than his. So yeah, to answer that question, I just remind myself as I'm writing it and kind of remind my readers that I am just as much of an unreliable narrator as I am like someone who is interested in telling my grandparents' stories.
Great. Thank you. So next I have a question for Juliana. So in your piece, you like made the stylistic choice to keep your like the subject of your piece anonymous. Can you talk about that and why you chose to do that?
Yeah, so it's actually kind of funny. My English teacher knows exactly who this person is, as he played a huge role in my life, but I just chose to keep his name anonymous because we were sharing the piece with our class members, and he does go to my school. And I think that also adds, besides that, a level of like mystery to, you know, this story and the way that it can be interpreted, because I think I wanted the takeaway to almost be like, if somebody has a similar experience, applying whoever that person is into my story. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a guy or whatever. It could be whoever you want it to be. So yeah, it was for his sake and also just so anyone who's reading it can apply whoever they need to.
Great. So now I'm going to open it up to the audience. Does anyone have any questions that they want to ask the panelists?
Hi, Amber. I loved your piece. I just wanted to ask, what was your inspiration behind the title, yours?
This is fun for me to answer. But I was like,
really just thinking about titles, and I was like, oh, like butterflies are a big piece or a big part of like what I'm writing, and also just like a big symbol in the way that I understand like my grandfather's story. I have talked about like multiple times his experience like in comatose as a butterfly metamorphosizing in a cocoon, and kind of likened that violence to something beautiful. But I was literally just searching up butterflies, and then I come across one that is called, the scientific name for it is Vanessa atalanta reimagined, but its common name is, or wait, not reimagined, sorry, it's just Vanessa atalanta. And its common name, though, is the red admiral, and I thought that was very fitting. And so the butterfly in that sense kind of like represented that transformation, and that balance between violence and tenderness.
Hi, this is for any of you guys to answer. How did you deal with revising and receiving feedback on a piece that was so vulnerable and personal to you?
I guess I can start. Yeah, for me especially, like I've alluded to already, the revision process was a very big process since this did begin as a very small, shorter piece and did become a kind of longer project that I explored in this class. I definitely think it is tough, especially with personal pieces like this, to, you know, allow yourself to be criticized and have people tell you to revise very like emotional experiences. And yeah, so I think I'm really fortunate to have had a teacher who, you know, was very gracious and like, you know, understood that throughout the process and wasn't like, this is wrong or like, this is bad or anything like that. Like, again, the feedback was very helpful and more about like structure and organization and word choice. So I think that was a helpful process, or helpful in my process of revision. But yeah, it definitely is tough to share these personal pieces and allow yourself to take criticism for very real experiences.
Yeah, I absolutely hate the process. Specifically on this piece, like getting feedback was like debilitating for me. I was actually in conversation with a like editor of a literary magazine, and they were giving me suggestions, and they were all like very slight grammatical changes, but I was so mad all throughout this process. And like they would literally be like, oh, don't use an em dash, use a comma. But because I think I've worked with this piece so much, I've literally like reworked every single line and read it so many times over and over again. I think that like that mold has kind of already been casted. Like I've casted it myself. But to have like someone external be like, oh, we're gonna even so slightly shift it was kind of so annoying to me. But yeah, I think also like in creative writing workshops, the biggest piece of advice that I've ever gotten surrounding like knowing whose voice to trust is that like you should be always aware of what other people are saying about works that aren't your own and like the way that they're responding to it. And I am going on a tangent, sorry about that. But like because it's in seeing how other people engage with other pieces of work that you can decide whether or not their voice is one that you want to trust in the process.
I think for me, in the beginning of this piece, it was really about the shared experience that I had with this other person, and then in workshopping it, it actually became more about myself, like with the ending, with that Jules identity and who I was with that person. And I think that was the thing that I didn't really want to explore in the beginning because I was kind of avoiding it, but in workshopping it with my teacher, that kind of became the new priority, and I found that to be really interesting. But I think when taking criticism towards things like this, it's not necessarily criticism, it's just how the other person maybe wants to hear more from you. And at least that's my dynamic with my teacher, Dr. O. But yeah, it wasn't too bad like having to workshop that, but I think taking criticism, you just have to understand that there's just gonna be different points of views. Yeah.
Do we have any more questions?
I have a few more that I can ask. So kind of going off of that question that you guys were just talking about, so aside from external feedback that you received, did you find during the writing process that it was hard to avoid like self-censorship writing?
Yeah, sure, I'll start again. I think I reached a point in my kind of writing process where I'm fortunate enough to kind of be able to express kind of very personal experiences and relay them without being too hesitant. I mean, I think when I first started creative writing, I would have been more hesitant to be so vulnerable, but I'm thankful to kind of have reached that point where I feel comfortable being vulnerable. So I don't necessarily say I've ever felt inhibited by my own like anxieties or insecurities to express this. I mean, I think it was a little difficult for this process because I was writing about, like I mentioned, a person and like a subject matter that I hadn't before, like my grandmother and that side of the family. So I was kind of hesitant at times and I didn't really know how to word some of the kind of emotions I was having. But generally, I think it seemed to flow well because it was also something that I'd been kind of holding in for a long time.
Yeah, I would honestly say the exact same thing. I remember in the process of writing this, I went up to my creative writing instructor and I was like, I don't know what to do with myself. Like, because I knew that I wanted to center my grandfather's experience and really highlight what he had gone through as a result of the Vietnam War. But something that she told me was just that there were a lot of moments in the piece where it just felt incomplete because we didn't have a full sense of the narration going on and who the narrator was. So I guess in this in writing that piece, I learned how to bring more of myself like into a piece of writing like that, because it is scary to like bring yourself into a space that again is like so vulnerable. Yeah.
I totally agree with that. I think like bringing yourself into a piece of your own that wasn't directly supposed to be about you in the beginning can be kind of awkward, especially since, you know, who I was back then when I was writing this piece or reflecting on a version of myself that existed kind of a while ago. I wasn't sure how I really felt about her. I'll refer to her as her. And I think in workshopping that and like adding it in later, it kind of just teaches you to be comfortable with something that you feel a little bit awkward around. Yeah.
We're all out of time for our Q&A section, but thank you guys so much. And next, we have a 10-minute break.
Great job, guys. That
Thank
was like
you.
so incredible. Like you should be so
awesome.
proud.
You guys are so talented. Like this is my favorite panel so far.
Hello. Oh my God. Hi, welcome back. We're going to get started with our final panel, Life, Death, and the Dollar, the political, philosophical, and social. Can I have the panelists come up? Welcome, guys. First up, we have Sophia Bromwich.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sophia Bromwich. I'm a senior at Archer here, and I will be presenting my essay, A Mirror with a Metronome, Mortality, Meaning, and the Human Experience in Saint-Exupéry's The Little Prince. How can children's literature effectively introduce life's disheartening realities to sensitive minds? Writing is a reflection of the human experience, inextricably linked to the duality of life, and most importantly, death. An exploration of Margaret Atwood's Negotiating with the Dead, a writer on writing, unveils this premise, arguing that perhaps all writing is intrinsically motivated by a reaction to the fear, as well as fascination, of mortality. A writer's narrative becomes a personal negotiation with mortality, since their work is what preserves their otherwise transient thoughts and experiences. While death might be apparent in written works for adults, these morally complex topics become moderated when intended for younger audiences. Widely considered a well-known, touching story of fantasy, fit for all ages, Saint-Exupéry's The Little Prince utilizes a symbolic narrative to introduce the complexities of life and death through gentle means of abstraction. The concentrated message of mortality and absurdism hints at the narrative's deep connection with themes of warfare, considerably derived from the author's personal experience in the Second World War and his effort to reconcile the resulting post-traumatic stress. This ultimately embeds his own commentary on what it means to be human through abstract settings. Written during the years of World War II by French aviator Saint-Exupéry, this children's story is a direct reflection of his haunting trauma. The narrative's authorial connection can be found in its beginning pages. The narrator, an aviator, crashes his plane in the Sahara Desert and becomes stranded with only enough water to last a week. In search of a coping mechanism to handle his PTSD from the war, the author models the narrator so similarly to himself that the story seems appropriate as an autobiography. The perilous circumstances of the pilot are obscured upon the prince's arrival, the character meant to alleviate the narrator's struggle through his intimate speech, possibly representing the reassurance that helps Saint-Exupéry himself cope. Because the story is so deeply rooted in the author's psyche, even the way he writes this novella can be analyzed as a reaction to his own experience. Thus, the dramatization of Saint-Exupéry's symbolism is a direct reflection of a search for abstraction that can simplify the trauma that once completely engulfed him. The fox famously remarks to the prince, "What is essential is invisible to the eye," an integral theme to the meaning of this story, alluding to the idea that key details are rarely literal. Through his many drafts and revisions, Saint-Exupéry intentionally removed literal elements of the story in order to prioritize greater symbolic elements. While early illustrations depict the prince and pilot's first encounter through the narrator's eyes, final drafts allow the prince full spotlight by the narrator's intentional animosity. All of these details demonstrate how the author's revisions reinforce the novella's major theme of ambiguity, which works to simplify complex themes explored by the prince and narrator, such as finding meaning to life. Another example is evident through an analysis of the prince's death. A historical analysis of death and its representations in children's literature reveals that a sense of the temporary, via abstraction, allows easier digestion for developing minds. Currently, however, the presence of death is now universal in children's books through an emphasis on making peace with the idea of death as a constant companion, something that awaits everyone, a concept that simplifies the intangible into tangible forms. Still, youth-oriented narratives of the past kept the intangibility of these concepts through means of dense symbolic material. This intentionally fails to clarify the harsh realities of death in an effort to stay in tune to the vulnerability of developmental stages. This type of narrative is demonstrated in The Little Prince, as the prince's death is strictly expressed symbolically. Reasoning that his body is too heavy to take back with him to his asteroid, B612, the prince arranges a venomous yellow snake to bite him in order to release his soul for his journey back home. While the presence of death might not be easily distinguished by an experienced reader, the abstraction of the prince's predicament allows for his demise to seem incomplete or even uncertain for young readers. The snapshot of the moment the prince physically dies is expressed through poetic and simple sentences. The vagueness that describes the snake as a yellow flash close to his ankle depicts no apparent image of the bite, and the prince shows no sense of pain or surprise by his silence. Ultimately, the prince's death is non-damaging, promoting the idea that his defeat is only transitory, considering his soul ventures onward. By having the prince's death be obligatory to his eventual return home, the author expresses an intangible and transitory sense of death, straying away from the reality of the end of the prince's consciousness. Perhaps having the prince physically die while his soul ventures home was the author's way of using abstraction to outrule the troubling concept of mortality in his own negotiation with death. However, mortality is just one side of the duality of human experience. Death does not exist without the concept of existence, a concept that can be equally as jarring when questioned. The prince's experience also demonstrates the meaning behind fulfillment in a purposeful life through a sense of responsibility as he overcomes troubling existentialist thoughts. While the prince's existence is affirmed by the rose through the purposeful care he provides her, her selfishness eventually leaves him feeling unappreciated. On Earth, and after much travel, he comes across a vast rose garden. At such a sight, the prince is faced with the nothingness of his existence, realizing the vastness of the universe and coming to terms with the fact that maybe his rose was never that unique. Soon after, the fox appears and remedies the prince's helplessness by preaching the importance of a sense of responsibility in affirming existence. As the fox demands to the prince to tame him in order to build their relationship, he reasons that although each has no need for the other in such a vast universe, the act of taming will allow them to need each other. Once the prince tames the fox, they each have a responsibility for the other that defines their existence, because actions of reciprocated care represent individual choice and an underlying purpose. Therefore, the prince becomes enlightened as he realizes that his choice to carefully attend to the rose is what brings awareness to his existence. The little prince expertly intertwines the obstacles of the human experience with uniquely abstract storytelling, making tough topics much more digestible for children and adults alike. Such a vast web of self-reflection on Saint-Exupéry's part makes for a mirror image of the human experience, a concept that audiences of any age are bound to savor. Thank you.
Now please welcome Justin Jacobo.
All right, hello. My name is Justin Jacobo. I'm a junior at Loyola High School. And first of all, I'd like to thank the team for putting this show on and allowing for this type of dialogue. So first off, I would like to introduce my topic and my paper. I cross out words so you will see them more. Capitalism, Jean-Michel Basquiat's spatial context and commodification. This presentation explores how Basquiat's work, originating from subversive artistic integrity, was eventually absorbed into the very systems of power and capital it sought to critique, rendering his radical critique both visible and consumable, yet diluted in message and theme. So, for background for people who aren't too familiar, Jean-Michel Basquiat emerged from the graffiti scene of 1970s New York City, a time when the art world was dominated by Eurocentric artists who largely dismissed Black and Latin artists as inferior in quality. His early collaboration with Samo or Samo, depending on who you talk to, which blended street art and social commentary, was labeled low art, reinforcing institutional barriers against him. Yet, his work broke through these constraints, challenging the boundaries between high and low culture. His texts, layered and thick strokes, forced their way into the art market, where they were both celebrated and commodified. So, drawing from Stephen Greenblatt's New Historicism, we can understand how power systems absorb their opposition. Basquiat's work, though submissive and subversive to the systems at play, was ultimately contained and whitewashed by elites. As Greenblatt states, subversion is possible, but containment is virtually assured. This paradox is evident in his works critiquing commodification. Despite the radical energy of such pieces, the art world co-opted his voice, transforming this rebellion into an aesthetic. So even as Basquiat achieved commercial success, His integration into the established art world was always fraught. In 1985, New York Times critic Vivian Rainer labeled him an art world mascot, trivializing his work and by reducing it to a spectacle. His collaboration with Andy Warhol, the most famous artist of potentially all time in America, and definitely in New York at the time, was framed not as a partnership, but as exploitation. This underscores how institutions define what is deemed legitimate art, molding radical voices into consumable products, while maintaining control over the general narrative. These are the two artworks I will be discussing. Cassius Clay to the left, and the entitled piece referred as a portrait of a famous ball player to the right. So Basquiat's art repeatedly referenced black cultural icons such as Cassius Clay or Muhammad Ali to critique their commodification within American society. His use of text and striking imagery, like the aggressive, almost violent scrawl of words over his face and faces throughout his art, forces the viewer to grapple with the violence of erasure. I cross out words so you will see them more, Basquiat famously said, using this technique to challenge how black excellence is consumed and manipulated by capitalist structures. His works, using the stark chaotic lines, are a visual reminder of the fragility of any minority identity within a commodified world. Antonio Gramsci's theory of cultural hegemony suggests that the ruling class defines what is considered normal, making resistance or challenge seem irrational. Basquiat confronts this hegemonic narrative directly, exposing how other bodies are both celebrated and exploited. His rise to fame, however, paradoxically mirrors Gramsci's idea that resistance becomes absorbed into the very structures it seeks to critique. As Basquiat's fame grew, his struggle to resist commodification was transformed into a product consumed by the elites that once marginalized him. One of my sources, Lori A. Rodriguez, argues that black athletes, like cultural icons, are commodified by the labor systems that use them and diminish their autonomy. Basquiat's portrait of a famous ball player serves as a critique of this process. His paintings depict these figures caught between heroism and marketability, challenging the viewer to consider whether these figures are symbols of resistance or simply products within a larger capitalist machinery. We can use Raymond Williams' idea of culture as both a tool of power and a space of resistance to speak directly to Basquiat's legacy. His works have become luxury commodities, disconnected from the communities they represent. The auction houses and galleries that sell Basquiat's paintings, now for millions of dollars, control the narrative surrounding his work. What began as a radical challenge to capitalism is now a cornerstone of the market, illustrating the shift from cultural resistance to commodification. Jay-Z articulates his paradox in his song The Story of O.J., where he reflects on the commodification of black identity through art. These are lyrics on the screen. I want to give you a couple seconds to read this and make your own decisions on what it means. To me, although I first perceived it as a flex of capitalist power by Jay-Z, he instead lays out two of his 5 main critiques of American life as a black American. Minority identity is first inescapable, and success comes at the cost of individuality. Basquiat's ownership Jay-Z's ownership of Basquiat's piece, Mecca, which is in the bottom right, symbolically represents how black wealth interacts with the system that was never designed for any minority to succeed. The institutions that once rejected black and Latin artists are now commodified of their works and used as financial assets, reducing their significance and making it more of an investment. So Basquiat's Entitled, also known as The Skull, in 1981, sold for $110 million in 2017, one of the highest sales in art history at auction. This sale cements Basquiat's place in the art world while highlighting the profound irony. His critique of the capitalist society that he once was part of now symbolizes luxury and exclusivity. The skull with its chaotic lines and disembodied head is a raw, uncompromising critique of the systems that now profit from it. His work has now been reframed with the aesthetics that he gave, rather than a radical critique, reinforcing the cycle of commodification he sought to break. First off, before I end, I want to end with this closing thought. Jean-Michel Basquiat's work was both a triumph and a warning. Through his art, he forced the high art world to reckon with black identity and minority success. Yet his legacy is controlled by the capitalist structures he fought against. His art critiqued capitalism, but now he's become a cornerstone of these markets. The tensions he engaged with, identity, commodification, and power, remain ever relevant to this day. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Next up, we have Harper Caruso.
Hey guys, yeah, so I'm Harper. I am a sophomore at Windward School, and I'm presenting a summarized version of the essay that I wrote on the novel Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand, and more specifically, the moral philosophy of objectivism that's outlined in it. So yeah, this is objectivism and Atlas Shrugged, neither sharing nor caring. So I have 5 main points. First, what objectivism is and a little bit of context about its creation, and then the world in Atlas Shrugged specifically and how it differs from other moral philosophies, and then finally why I believe that objectivism is inapplicable, both because it doesn't really work in the book and because it's not really reliable in our own lives. So to start, objectivism as a philosophy, whoops, went too far. Oh well. It was developed by philosopher Ayn Rand in around the 1940s, and she was Russian-born, and she wrote several books designed to showcase it, but the most famous of those are the 2 on the screen, The Fountainhead, and then the one that I'm talking about today, which is Atlas Shrugged. And so it's, for a little bit of context, it's set in unspecified mid-20th century, maybe like a decade in the future from when it was written, and the protagonist of the story is a woman named Dagny Taggart who runs a railroad company. And much later we meet a different protagonist named John Galt, and the 2 of them are designed to showcase objectivism as a philosophy. So these 2 people are the vessels in which Ayn Rand develops her philosophy, and everyone else are kind of portrayed as the villains, and the villains in the story represent our current ethical standards. And so what makes the dichotomy here so strong is because objectivism is very different from other moral philosophies. While several different schools of thought may differ on what it means to be a good person, most of them center around caring for other people as a core tenet, and objectivism kind of rejects that idea. So it's mainly entirely focused on the self, and Ayn Rand describes this as rational egoism, and objectivism has kind of a selfishness core, and Ayn Rand says that selfishness isn't actively harmful to other people, but the important thing and the thing that makes you the most moral of a person is to be focusing on yourself and what's best for you. And so a fun way I like to describe this is through the trolley problem. I'm sure most of you are familiar with it. You are on a train barreling towards 5 people tied on the tracks, and you can either run over all of them or manually pull a gear and switch tracks to run over only one person. And so if Ayn Rand was on this trolley, I like to think that she would actually choose to switch tracks and only kill one person, but not for the goal of saving 4 lives, but because she would literally get to her destination faster if she only had to run over one person instead of this big chunky row of 5. So, like I mentioned earlier, she describes this as rational egoism, and it holds that, I had this written down and I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. Each individual should act in their own best interest and be the proper beneficiary of their own moral action. And to support this claim, Rand develops a bunch of scenarios in the actual book, meaning to showcase that whole altruism bad, objectivism good standard. So, for example, the government officials in the world of Atlas, after the economy collapses, institute this new policy in which income and work is based on need alone. So an executive living alone would take home less money than an entry-level worker with 3 children to support. And so in this situation, everything basically crumbles. People strive to be needy, motivation to do good work plummets, and the world falls apart. And so she presents she says that the dichotomy here is that her standard is better than altruism, because in altruism, devoting your life to serving people that you hate is the highest of moral actions, and that sacrifice is the essence of morality, which obviously, based in that situation, is bad. And so, as a solution, she presents rational egoism, and she's like, don't worry, objectivism is here, it will solve all your problems, because now you can focus on what's best for yourself, and if everyone does that, everyone will be happy. And, sorry, where was I? Yeah. So I personally disagree with this because I think that that scenario specifically kind of falls apart under closer scrutiny because Galt's portrayal of altruism, and by Galt I'm referring to John Galt, the protagonist I mentioned, it ignores the human aspect of caring for other people. In fact, in the actual book, it says that there can be no causeless love, and that objectivism like rejects the idea. It literally says you hate yourself because you feel like this desire, because you don't actually feel a desire to be moral. It's just the standards of your world that force you to act this way. And objectivism would reject all of those tenets and focus on yourself, which is what Rand claims is what you really wanted to do all along. But I disagree. I think that a core aspect of like caring for other people and a motivation behind altruism is because we do feel love for fellow humans just based on a sense of fellowship with them. And one of the strongest tenets of objectivism is an A is A thesis. Basically, he says what's real is real and no one can change that. And so by denying the reality of people who genuinely feel fulfilled by altruistic actions, I think that Galt contradicts his own A is A thesis, because he says that like what's real and what's factual to you and your emotions can't be real through no other basis than his own assumption. Yeah. Sorry, I lost my place. Yeah, and then finally, in actual societal application, beyond just the book, objectivism rejects altruism entirely, which I think is inapplicable because by saying that it's directly immoral to show, like, to be generous, to show love to other people, to show kindness, to give away things that you maybe don't need anymore just because you don't feel a desire to be good, it prevents people who don't actually need the things that they would be giving away. And because of the lack of harm caused and the definitive presence of good caused, I think that that philosophy is inapplicable, and I don't really see the point. I was trying to think of a better way to convey this, but it doesn't really make sense to me why keeping things to yourself, even if you don't need them and if you feel a genuine desire to give them away, would be wrong. And so, well, I think there are some good parts of this theory. It has a few like specific parts that I agree with, and some people find this very appealing, and that's totally fine. These were just my initial thoughts on this, and I think that with a lot of promise and a lot of focus, I could absolutely see a world in which a more revised version of this would be applicable. But as of now, yeah, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, we have Anthony Murphy.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Murphy, and first off, I think I speak for every presenter here when I say that we are incredibly grateful for all the hard work that the leadership team has put into hosting this, this conference. Is a round of applause okay? Is that good? Okay. The title of my presentation is My Soul Has Grown Deep Like the Rivers, Reframing the American Landscape, River Symbolism in the Harlem Renaissance. Racism has been a topic of interest in the American mind for centuries. It has shaped laws, economies, and cultural movements, influencing how individuals and communities define themselves. From slavery to segregation, from the civil rights movement to ongoing debates about racial justice, racism has persisted in various forms, adapting to each era. Cultural movements, such as the Harlem Renaissance, were an assertion of Black cultural and intellectual power in the face of systemic racism. Today, I will be presenting Langston Hughes' poem, The Negro Speaks of Rivers, and how it uses river symbolism to reframe the American consciousness to be inclusive of Black voices. I will also look at the Harlem Renaissance in relation to white America and how it was influenced by Eurocentric conventions. An understanding of critical race theory is important to grasp the rest of this presentation. Critical race theory refers to a historical and contemporary body of scholarship that aims to interrogate the discourses, ideologies, and social structures that produce and maintain conditions of racial injustice. The Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture describes the Harlem Renaissance as a new spirit of self-determination and pride, a new social consciousness, and a new commitment to political activism. To understand the Harlem Renaissance, we must consider its historical backdrop. The movement was a cultural and intellectual awakening for Black artists, writers, and thinkers, rooted in ideas of racial pride and resistance to systemic oppression. Critical race theory helps us analyze how these voices emerged in response to long-standing social injustices. Langston Hughes was one of the most influential voices of the Harlem Renaissance, using his poetry to capture the spirit, struggles, and triumphs of Black America. Harlem was more than just a neighborhood. It was a cultural and psychological space where Black artists could express themselves freely. Hughes helped define the Harlem Renaissance, or Harlem, as an epicenter of Black artistry, showing that it wasn't separate from America, but an essential part of its identity. Through his work, he gave voice to everyday Black experience, proving that Harlem wasn't just a place, it was a movement, a symbol of resilience, and a home for Black excellence. The American landscape has long been tied to power and identity. While many view it as a symbol of opportunity and expansion, it has also been a tool of oppression. The Oxford academic considers American expansionism an elaborate rationale for aggressive land acquisition and imperialism, an expression of ethnocentrism and excessive nationalism, or a manifestation of American racism. From the displacement of indigenous peoples to the justification of slavery, land and water have played a central role in shaping racial hierarchies. Rivers, such as the Mississippi River, have been both pathways to freedom and barriers enforcing oppression, making them very complex symbols in American literature. Romanticism was a movement in art and literature distinguished by a new interest in human psychology, expression of personal feeling, and interest in the natural world. Romantic writers like Walt Whitman used natural imagery, including rivers, to express deep emotional and psychological ideas. However, this perspective often ignored the darker realities of American history, how landscapes were also sites of forced labor, violence, and exclusion. As mentioned before, Walt Whitman is one of America's most celebrated poets, known for his democratic ideals and connection to nature. In his poem, Crossing the Brooklyn Ferry, he uses the river to symbolize unity across time, suggesting that all people share a common human experience. I am with you, you men and women of a generation, or ever so many generations hence. Just as you feel when you look on the river and the sky, so I felt. Just as any of you is one of a living crowd, I was one of a crowd. However, there is a contradiction in his legacy. While his poetry speaks of inclusion and connection, his journalism also often reflected racist attitudes that contradict his literary ideals. The explicit racist, if altogether conventional, attitudes that pervade much of his journalism seem deeply at odds with the egalitarian spirit of his poetry. This contradiction highlights a broader pattern in American history, where the nation's ideals of freedom and equality have often coexisted with exclusion and racism. The Harlem Renaissance, particularly through poets like Langston Hughes, sought to confront these contradictions and reclaim natural imagery in ways that acknowledge the true historical experiences of Black Americans. Derek Bell, a lawyer and professor at Harvard Law, is widely known as the father of critical race theory, which argues that racism is not just interpersonal, but systemic. Through critical race theory, although critical race theory emerged decades after the Harlem Renaissance, it can still be applied to the Renaissance when considering Harlem's poverty and systemic injustices at the time. Bell wrote, "However self-sufficient we may fancy ourselves, we exist only in relation to our friends, family, and life partners, to those we teach and mentor, to our co-workers, neighbors, strangers, and even to forces we cannot fully conceive of, let alone define. In many ways, we are our relationships." This applies to the Harlem Renaissance's relationship with white America. Black artists had to work within Eurocentric conventions to gain recognition. Early on, Harlem Renaissance figures like W.E.B. Du Bois and Claude McKay criticized capitalism's role in racial oppression, arguing that true Black liberation couldn't happen within a system that profited from Black labor. But as artists sought white patronage, these radical critiques faded. White validation shaped what was published and remembered, limiting how much Black artists could challenge the system. Historian David Levering Lewis writes, "White capital and influence were crucial, and the white presence hovered over the new Negro world of art and literature like a benevolent censor. This meant white patrons and publishers dictated what was published, what was praised, and what was remembered. One of the most influential figures was Carl Van Vechten, a white person who promoted black artists like Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston. While his support gave black writers access to larger audiences, it also meant their work had to align with white expectations. Throughout this presentation, we've explored the ways in which the American landscape has been historically framed as a site of whiteness, from Manifest Destiny to Walt Whitman's poetic vision, and how black artists of the Harlem Renaissance fought to redefine their place within it. We've discussed the economic dependencies of the Harlem Renaissance, the white influence that helped its creative boundaries, and the systemic barriers that forced black artists to conform to Eurocentric standards. Langston Hughes, however, sought to bridge the gap between black and white America through poetry. One of the most powerful examples of this is his poem, The Negro Speaks of Rivers, where he takes the Mississippi, a river historically symbolic of slavery, and transforms it into a unifying force. Hughes writes, "I've known rivers ancient as the world and older than the flow of human blood in human veins." By doing so, he reframes the Mississippi not as a site of suffering, but as a timeless witness to black perseverance. Hughes succeeds where Walt Whitman fell short. Whitman, in Crossing the Brooklyn Ferry, envisioned a democratic bond between all people across time, yet his America largely excluded black voices. Hughes completes Whitman's vision, ensuring that the rivers, symbols of America itself, include the black experiences rather than erasing it. Nowhere is this transformation more apparent than in New Orleans, a city that encapsulates both the struggles and triumphs of black America. The Mississippi River was once a highway for the slave trade, carrying enslaved people into the heart of the South. Today, New Orleans remains one of the most densely populated African American cities in the U.S., yet it also remains stricken with poverty, a lasting effect of systemic racism. Critical race theory helps us understand that this poverty isn't just a coincidence, but the result of centuries of oppression, economic exclusion, and racialized policies. Yet despite this, New Orleans is also the birthplace of jazz, blues, and some of the richest cultural traditions in America. Hughes acknowledges this duality in his poem when he writes, "I heard singing of the Mississippi, when Abe Lincoln went down to New Orleans, and I've seen its muddy bosom turn all golden in the sunset." The Mississippi's muddy bosom represents the weight of history, the suffering, the struggle, the pain of slavery, while the golden sunset symbolizes black perseverance, cultural brilliance, and the hope for a better future. Hughes juxtaposes the Mississippi with other great rivers, the Nile, the Congo, and the Euphrates River, all of which have seen great civilizations rise beside them. By doing this, he suggests that black Americans, despite their oppression, are part of a historical legacy of greatness. The Mississippi, once seen as a symbol of black suffering, can also be a place where a new black civilization will rise within the American landscape. Even during slavery, the river played a dual role, not just serving as a symbol of oppression, but also a path to freedom, guiding enslaved people northward towards liberation. Finally, Hughes makes it clear that these rivers are not just observers of history, they hold history within them. He writes, "My soul has grown deep like the rivers." Here, Hughes identifies himself with the rivers, suggesting that just as the rivers have witnessed history, they have also absorbed the richness of black culture, struggle, and triumph. The depth of those rivers is not just geological, it is historical, emotional, and cultural. Hughes redefines American geography, ensuring that black history is not a footnote, but a fundamental and inseparable part of the landscape itself. Thank you.
Okay, for our last panel, I'll start off with my question. All of your works explore different social structures. Do you believe that art, philosophy, or literature has the power to fundamentally change political systems, or is it primarily a tool for critique and reflection? Hello. It's on.
Oh, okay. Okay. Speaking about The Little Prince and Saint-Exupéry's kind of the way he tried to, I guess, cope with what he went through in the Second World War, I think it's definitely significant the way he kind of used abstraction to symbolize his feelings that were definitely complex and hard to really process. And considering it such a popular book, I mean, it's been translated into multiple languages almost as much as the Bible, and everyone around the world is like really aware of the story, especially because it's a children's story. I think there's definitely space for the values he writes about to be kind of processed at a young age and internalized in a way, which definitely could snowball into changing larger systems in terms of like politics or any other thing, but not directly. I think it definitely depends on how much you really like look into the book. I think definitely as a child you can listen to a story and not think anything of it, but reading The Little Prince back myself, I really did try to find the values that Saint-Exupéry explores and how that kind of connects to the human experience as a whole. And I think that was definitely valuable in like trying to understand the world and understand all these different experiences.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with a lot of what was said there. I think it has to do more with the influence it brings to the different societies and different peoples. I think it's harder to say that it does create change if people don't take the effort to actually look into what they're reading or what they're looking at or what they're thinking of in terms of philosophy. So I definitely agree that there is change that could come from that. It's hard. It takes genius level creators, but it also takes the society to be like not intelligent enough, but at least capable to understand the critiques and understand where they're coming from and understand the change they're trying to make. Because I think every art and literature and every philosophy has a purpose. So yeah.
Yeah, agree with all that. I would say for me specifically, the book that I analyzed was maybe less subtle in its messaging. It directly advocated against current moral codes that we hold and about, it created a exaggerated portrayal of our government. And so I would say that in this case, absolutely, people are still huge followers of objectivism today. And I think that this book created a very radical idea, and that idea sparked movements, and those people in power adhered to the standards that were proposed in this book, and now those people in power obviously use their power to influence our cultural and political and societal norms. So I would say absolutely, I do think it has power to create change.
I agree that literature and art can definitely be a conduit for social change. I think there's been many instances where a piece of literature has changed the view of many people. I think that literature is such a broad term that in many ways social change comes primarily from literature, in my opinion. Such as rhetoric and stuff like that. So yeah, I think literature can definitely be a conduit for social change.
Great, thank you so much. Can I open it up to audience questions?
This one is for Harper. By the end of Atlas Shrugged, Galt and his fellow objectivists try to build a society based on objectivist thought. What do you think of that portrayal of Rand's philosophy applied on a societal level?
So in the actual book, I think if what you're saying is the hideaway that they all went to, for context, Galt and a bunch of other people who adhere to his philosophy remove themselves from society and they go to their own they create their own mini world where objectivism is the core philosophy. And I think that I was really fascinated reading that segment because it was kind of, I think Rand was describing the idealistic world. There were, everything had currency despite the fact that everyone there was already really rich. And I had never really considered that perspective before. So I certainly thought it was interesting. I think my main, maybe qualms or concerns, I'm not sure what the right word for that here is, was that it didn't seem I couldn't think of a way to realistically connect it to our society currently, just because there are so many factors that determine a person's status, from the time of their birth, gender and location, country that you're born in, language that you speak, and creating a world where everything was so equalized on that plane, where they were all held in the same like standard and respect to each other. I believe that objectivism as a philosophy applied there. I just couldn't really figure out for myself how, or like what our adaptation of that would be for our world today, just because of that discrepancy.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question for Sophia. So, given that The Little Prince is marketed as a children's book, how would you say that its reflections on human nature and death and absurdism are interpreted by a younger audience?
Yeah, that's a great question. Personally, I really wish I did read this story as a kid. I was reading it last semester. I had to kind of put my mind into the perspective of a little kid trying to figure out how Saint-Exupéry really did evoke all these emotions in such an abstract way that didn't it wasn't very overt for children. If it was, it would be definitely traumatizing. But I thought it was just interesting doing all my research and exploring the ways he's kind of reflecting in his own perspective through the means of talking to children and talking to a younger audience. It was an interesting way how he used symbolism. Like, there's so many different examples of how the prince's journey itself was Saint-Exupéry's journey, and how kind of his exploration, Saint-Exupéry himself being in the war, is definitely a perspective that shows a lot about humanity, and how he reflected that through all the different planets the prince ended up visiting, and everything he experienced himself. I think it was just really interesting. I almost got into the whole semiotic rant with my essay. It was just really interesting to see all the different symbols that can mean so many different things.
Okay, this is for Justin and Anthony. I know you guys both touched on how art coming from the Black community has been commodified by white America. And I'm just curious, if you guys think the underlying kind of activist messaging that sparked the art they created was diluted in any way by that commodification.
So as far as Basquiat, I feel like if you look through his art, most of the time he has been either working with or trying to break into this grander scheme of capitalism. And I feel like that comes with a certain dichotomy and a challenge that a lot of creators up to this day as well, they find themselves being, I guess, challenging their artistic integrity, either choosing between representing the people that they're truly a part of or kind of submitting to these powers. So I feel like that itself dilutes his message in a way. Basquiat always did that in his art through these symbolisms of buildings and infrastructure that when you think about who created that and when you think about the origins of this country, then I feel like, yeah, they're putting the money where it's not supposed to be in my eyes. But I think there is a type of scenario where maybe that isn't the case. Maybe your message is actually getting increased by the people that consume it. For example, through literature, if you sell your work to more people, your philosophy or your ideas get spread more. But I think that's not the case for a lot of people, and definitely for Basquiat as well.
Yeah, I agree with Jacob. I think that in a lot of ways, a lot of the messages that try to come across get diluted. You can see this in the Harlem Renaissance because I kind of touched on this in my presentation that a lot of artists, they conformed to very Eurocentric conventions. Many poets used sonnets and classical, poetic forms to express themselves. Many artists used painting styles that were, similar to Eurocentric or European art. You can see this in, other cultures like hip hop too. The original sentiment of hip hop was very anti-capitalist, almost Marxist, and now it's, feeds very much into the capitalist society of I have more money than you, I have, a better car than you, I have a prettier, whatever than you. So, yeah.
No? Okay. Before we go, I just wanted to say another thank you to everyone who made this happen. Miss English, Mr. Wogue, Miss Deming, the facilities department, tech, communications, the Archer Library, the Archer English department, all of our incredible presenters and the teachers, and of course our wonderful board. Thank you all. It has been such an amazing conference. Most of you will see next year. Not me, but. Thank you all for coming. Have a great day.